Welcome to the Play Compile live stream.
Welcome. All right, we are going to tackle currencies. I'm not even live on Twitch. God damn it. I might need to restart my... Migu might need restarting then. Let me restart Migu, even though it's not really Migu anymore. Sorry about that. Alright, so we only want one of those. That one's only got once.
Welcome to the Play Compile live stream.
Your second welcome of the day. Do you feel welcome yet? Okay, so we've got a lot down. We've still got a ways to go. I think the first problem I'm trying to solve is this JSON structure thing, because I guess we could break it down. Not sure how to go about managing this on a per game basis. The way Unity does it.
On YouTube, Salatin Single asks, I am trying to do I like you. What are you using for I?
So my little AI agent there is built in Unity. She's using OpenAI for the chatbot side of things. She's using Google Cloud text-to-speech for the voice synthesis. Yeah, and everything's basically an API request through Unity Web Request. So get yourself an API key, set up a starter API. The Google one is free because I'm always within the free limit. I think the OpenAI one I've spent about $10 over like 2 years. So like, as long as you're not hammering it, it's pretty reasonable. So yeah, you basically need an API key, and then you can just set up a web request, and then we just put the requests through as API requests. I've also connected it to like Twitch's API as well, YouTube's API, so that she can read chat and stuff like that. But yeah, it's all basically APIs, which is what I'm building now. I'm building my own API now. But yeah, the one I use is OpenAI's, what is it again? Oh, the last one, 4.0 Mini. Yeah, she's using 4.0 Mini right now. I'm not sure how to go about managing this on a per game basis. The way Unity does it is you can create your currency definitions. I'm trying to think how Unity does it. The way Unity does it is you can create your currency definitions, save them to a folder in your project, and then deploy them.
I am using Azure OpenAI.
The server. You're using Azure OpenAI. Yeah, so it'll be the same. It'll be the same basic setup. So, because you can actually change the model in the API request itself. So I'm trying to think. Let me show you. Yeah, I won't be showing. Let me check it to make sure I'm not showing any API keys. Give me a second. I can show you the code for it. I shouldn't be, but then again, I might have forgotten to make that secure and stick it in my secure thing, so I'd better double check. So AI chatbot.cs manual request. This is probably the most recent one. Yeah, I get the yeah, I'm doing it correctly. I'm getting the API key through my secrets file, so I can show you the code. Yeah, so this is my Unity script currently. So I save my API key in a secrets class, and then I just pull it in at the start of the script. Then I basically have a... Oh yeah, this is the old way I used to do things. This is just an on-enable script. So on-enable, we call this coroutine function. I sort of tidy up the input, because sometimes Twitch chat can have all kinds of naughty things in it that messes up the eye. So I'm just making sure I get rid of any line breaks, any special characters. Then I set the completions URL.
I am trying to do educational character. Student can ask question and it will help their homework.
That's a great idea. I love it. Yeah, I love it. Brilliant idea. Yeah, you can absolutely use the API for that. And if you go to OpenAI's documentation, they sort of tell you how to structure it. But basically, it has to be set out in a certain way. You send it to completions. I think somewhere in here we tell it which model we want. Yeah, there we go. So model is model name. And then in my Unity project, it just says like, it has to be exact, but it says something like ChatGPT 4 or Mini or something like that. But you can look at all the different options. So you could probably use the Azure one that you're using. Obviously, the costs are all different. So you tell it what model you want. You send it a message. You can send it a system message and then the prompt, and then it will basically, post back to you. It will reply to you, and then you can just process that reply. And then I have like a length limit so it doesn't screw my TTS up. But yeah, it's this is probably a more complicated version than it. If you just want to get the most basic version running. Yeah, there should be a helpful page. I probably got it from OpenAI. OpenAI API request. There we go. Yeah, there we go. This goes through it quite clearly. The API reference describes the RESTful streaming and real-time APIs you can interact with, and it shows you how to structure your request and how to authorize it. And it tells you everything you need in there. Yeah, there's your response structure. So you need to do a bit of JSON parsing, but yeah, it's not too bad actually. It's one of the better APIs I've used, definitely. Yeah, sounds good. Good luck with that. Sounds great. Right, let's see. So the way Unity does it, you can create your currency definitions, save them to a folder in your project, and then deploy them to the server. This lets you customize currencies on a per game basis rather than share across all projects. My current export tool has a connection, has an SFTP connection.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Anything else I can help with? Just ask. What are you using? Is this going to be on the web? Is it going to be like a Unity game or application, or is it just going to be on a website? Just wondering where you were going to put this. My current export tool has an SFTP connection to my web server, so I can deploy these.
On Twitch, Freedom Dow says, "Are you Haxon?"
Am I hacking? No. No, I'm creating my own API from scratch. So Unity Gaming Services is basically like all the cloud save. So they have a few things. They have authentication, which logs users into their network and their server. They have cloud save so that you can synchronize player data across different devices. They have cloud code, which means you can run cloud scripts. They have, what's the other thing they have? They have a few different like cloud services like that you can use in your games, but they only have like a limited free tier. So I'm basically building that from scratch on my own web server with no limits, so I can just keep going forever. But I'm trying to sort of make it exactly the way I want it. So yeah, I've been at it. I started like sort of about Tuesday or Wednesday last week, so we've been at it for less than a week, and most of it's there. It's pretty cool. But I'm just trying to sort of tie up some loose ends. At the moment I want to try and replace... Yeah, they have one called Economy as well, where you can manage like currencies in game and stuff.
Nice.
So I'm just trying to understand now. I've reached the point now where I'm like, okay, I have my own game data that saves... I suppose I already know the answer to this. My current export tool has an SFTP connection to my web browser, so I can deploy the game data definitions to the game folder. So I could easily lock the name as currencies.json in there, but I'm confused how I would then Okay, I think this is the wrong question. Right, I'm currently creating my own Unity Gaming Services API with Cloud Save on my web server. It's time to tackle economy. I currently plan on creating currencies on a per game basis. Like so. My export tool has SFTP connection to my web server, so we can easily upload this as currencies.json. To the games folder. Can you help me understand how to turn these into a custom class or some kind of structure I can then use when coding my scripts. Okay, let's see what it says there. Yeah, I'm kind of not sure how we can go from there. Got it. You're essentially defining your game's economy schema in JSON, and now you want to consume that in Unity so you can work with it in code instead of hard coding values everywhere. Here's a clean approach to do it. Define a C# class for your currency. You can mirror your JSON structure with a simple class. System serializable public class currency definition. Okay. And since your JSON is an array of currencies, you'll want a wrapper class to deserialize it easily. Adjust your JSON format. Unity's JSON utility, is that the Newtonsoft one? I hope so. Works best when the root object is not a raw array. So instead of this, wrap it like this. If you upload currencies.json to your server, you can fetch it with Unity Web Request. Okay, it's kind of running a bit too far ahead. So the first thing that strikes me is it's saying, first of all, we have to change the structure. Secondly, we have to create a class anywhere in the editor. So to me, it seems like it would be best to start with a general. Okay, since the format needs to be updated and we need to create classes in Unity, can we create a custom currencies class Okay, can we create a custom currencies class which allows each currency to be created in the editor? sync this with server using expected format, and then for final player build, allow this class to update from the server definition when new ones are added. Okay. Perfect, you're thinking in the right direction. What you want is a hybrid workflow, and the editor define currencies in a Unity-friendly way, so designers and devs can tweak them without touching JSON. On the server, export them in the JSON format your backend expects, and then in player build, load the server definition at runtime so new currencies can be added without rebuilding the game. Okay, so we need to create oh my god, scriptable objects. I hate scriptable objects. To be fair, that is how Unity does it as well. Okay, we'll create a scriptable object. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, so scripts. Should these live on scripts? Probably. So we'll create a folder called currencies, and then we want to create a new scriptable object. There's our new scriptable object script. So we'll call this gacha for gacha currency. Actually, we'd normally have two types of gacha currency. You'd have your paid and your free. Okay. But here's the thing, right? Also, that doesn't look much like a... Scriptable object. I always get confused by these. I only did one of these for the first time ever. So with this, this wouldn't be... This is actually a currency definition then. So I did that wrong. So I'm not defining an actual currency. I'm defining a currency definition. Let me just copy its code and see what we get. Maybe where we're going wrong is by actually trying to create a scriptable object out of that. So it's going to be part of core. It wants me to call it currency definition. Yeah, so this would just be like a class holder then, wouldn't it? A custom class holder, so we can structure it. And then we want an ID, a name, an initial, and a max, which is exactly what we have in the Unity version. Okay. So now we have a currency definition class. Export to JSON for your server. You'll want a small editor utility to export scriptable object into the JSON format your server expects. Currency exporter. So we can already go into our export tool. I think it should export with everything else. So if we load our current export tool, there we go, deploy data, and we'll add this function to the existing class. I'm not going to have a separate menu item for it. I'm just going to make it export with everything else, so I don't have to like trigger 60,000 different menu things off. Okay, so we've got a new export currencies. But it's looking for a list. It's going to look for currencies.asset in the resource folder. Okay. Is it resources or resource? It's resources. So we should now be able to create a new currency definition. Okay, so it's not showing as a new scriptable object type. I think Unity changed the way scriptable objects work. So we do need to go back. That's not an editor script, is it? So if we look, the one that worked was the... Oh, there's one that says game economy currencies. That did work. I might just stick that under... Okay, let's not put it under scriptable objects. Let's not put it under game economy. Let's put both of these under the same thing, which is like Primitus, which is the name of the service that I'm creating. It's just the name I wanted to give it. But like Primitus config or something like that. Primitus objects. Primitus definitions. There we go. That's what we'll call it. Okay. Okay, Primitus definitions. And then if we go to our other one, which was our server export credentials. I can't remember where that was. I think it's server config. Here we go. There we go. Now they should both show as Primitus definitions. There we go. That's way better. So now we've got our server config and our currencies. So we can create a currencies asset, and then in here we can create our currencies. Oh, I like this. So let's have 4 currencies ID. So we can have gacha. Okay, we'll do gacha free. Let's be the same name. Initial 0, max like infinity. Guess that's the highest we can have. Gacha paid. I think ID wants to be all lowercase. I will just put free and paid. Okay, and then we could have like energy. I don't know whether to have energy. So in UGS, my energy system, it's fine. No, it's fine. We'll do this. We still need a currency definition for it though. I don't know whether I would set an initial value. I mean, I can charge that with whatever I want, to be fair. And then we don't cap it at the max because you allow players to overflow it with like redemptions, basically. So you just leave it as it is, defaults. Why does it say max 1 though? Yeah, we don't want max 1. Can we set the default max value so that it's not 0? We probably can. That will probably set the default as 999,999. Probably have another 9 in there as well if you wanted to. Okay, so we've got free, paid, energy, game, as in like your in-game currency. And then obviously that hasn't applied yet because we haven't created a new definition. Okay, so this game will have a currencies definition. So we're looking for resources, currencies. Perfect. I'm gonna have to remember how all this works. And then the export tool is just going to manage it already, isn't it? So here, this is how we would manage currencies for the game. And then in our export tool, right, it's saying wrapper in a container for JSON, var wrapper equals new currency definition list. Okay, so we created the scriptable object. We've added this function. Right, in the player build, you want to load the local scriptable object so you always have defaults. Fetch the JSON, the server JSON, and merge replace definitions if new ones exist. So we have a currency manager. Okay, so this could go on a system, I guess, on a core. Although is it part? I guess it's part of player data actually. I might just stick it on player data. Although this is really the game data version of currencies because this is the definition of currencies. This won't be the values of player data currencies. So I don't know that I will make it part of core. Yeah, I guess technically it is game data. Okay, we'll make it part of game data then. So this class is going to be called currency manager. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, give me chance, mate. I'm still fucking making it. Jesus. I know! It's trolling me. Yes, I know. Give me a goddamn minute. Right, we need to save that so the errors go away just so we can add this, which is fucking stupid, but yeah, that's just another Unity quirk that drives me crazy about Unity sometimes. It doesn't make me want to leave it. Okay. I will not be converted. I will use okay, so neither scripts know what currency definition list is. Local currencies assign in the inspector. Does it mean the scriptable object? Well, isn't it always going to be in resources load currencies.asset? So there's a couple of things I'm confused about here. So first of all, it doesn't know what a currency definition list is. Okay, so both scripts are complaining that currency definition list is missing. Were you referring to the array on the scriptable object? Also, assigning currencies in the inspector or loading I think what it's thinking, okay, assigning currencies in the inspector or loading currencies from resources. Can we unify this so the definition lives only in one place? In the project. Yeah, I don't like the idea of having like a definition in resources and then a second definition in the inspector. I'd rather have one definition. Both scripts are complaining that currency definition list is missing. We're referring to the array unscriptable object. Also, assigning currencies in the inspector or loading currencies from resources. Can we unify this so the definition lives only in one place in the project? That way it won't get confusing. Okay. Good catch. Let's clean this up so you don't have duplicate definitions floating around. You're right, the currency definition list I used was just a wrapper class for JSON serialization, but since you already have a currency scriptable object that contains an array of currency definitions, we can reuse that directly instead of introducing another wrapper. That way there's only one source of truth in your project. Okay, unified setup. So in our currency definition, and I can put, I don't know why there's a 0 in there. And we're going to set the max to that. Okay. And then in the exporter, our public static void now says that. No errors. Nice. And the runtime manager, which is the currency manager, maybe I will get converted. Excuse me. No errors. No errors. That's what I like to see. Okay, we'll give it a capital C. I need to figure out though which I'm doing. So I know that's the industry standard, but I prefer to use lowercase whenever possible. And I start my camel humps with a lowercase. And there's a reason why. The reason why is I'm so old, right? And it's the way I was taught in college. So back in the visual bit, sit around kids. Are you listening? Back in my day when I was a kid, we learned a Visual Basic. This was way before Visual Studio. And back in the Visual Basic days in college, what you would do with your variables, or at least this is how I was taught, is you would have a type like a label. So you would call your variable, because it wasn't easy to see what things were back then as it is now. You didn't have the amazing amount of IntelliSense that we have now. So you would name a label LBL to let you know that it's a label, and then player name, right? And then you knew that was a label because you can clearly see it's a label because it starts with LBL. So because I was taught this way, I was like, oh yeah, I like that. That makes it easy to see what's what. Now this day and age, it's kind of redundant, I guess, because like we don't have to define types like that anymore. Yeah, we never had to define it like that, but it helped, right? It made it easier to find things.
Two ticks.
What do you want?
I thought that thing get down off there.
Hang on. Give me a sec.
I used to stand on there. It's still there.
Thing off there? What's a thing?
Yeah, that cover. Remember, put it there. And what's that one? This top one. Yeah, it's a
Alright.
On YouTube, New Guy Trying Game says, Virgil, the 0 and the 1.
Virgil, the 0 and the 1. Hello, Virgil. Yeah, so basically this is why I name my variables in the non-industry standard way. So we learned about camel humping, which is where you capitalize the first letter. But because I was taught to declare the type, so you knew that LBL was a label. What else did we have back then? We had input fields still. Oh, but I don't think they were called input fields, but let's just pretend they were. So then you'd have an input field, player name. And so now looking at those, I can easily tell that this one's the label and this one's the input. And so I still do it today. I still like to start with the lowercase. And you'll see that a lot of my variables do look like that. I still kind of define the types. And it does make it easier to just, in one glance, you can sort of instantly see what's what. If we go to, especially when I'm doing UI, where's my UI class? This has a lot of my UI in it. Buttons, inputs, PNL, panel, PPS. It's really just a game object, but that lets me know that that's the panel, right? TXT for text, so I know it's text. Now you can clearly see that it's a text. So it's like things have changed since then. But BTN for button, hello. So I'm just used to doing it like that, and it suits me fine. But this is why I'm used to not capitalizing the first letter, you see. And that's where it comes from. I just think it's funny. But fine, we'll submit. Of course, it doesn't really matter. It's just a, you know, personal preference, I guess, naming conventions and whatnot. But yeah, the industry standard is to capitalize the first letter. So like mono behavior would look like that, whereas I type it mono in lowercase, just because I'm used to starting my variables in lowercase, I guess. Okay, so local currencies. So we now need to add to game data. We've got a currencies, yeah. So local currencies. Type cannot be found. Currencies containing file and classes name must match. Do I need to create a new currency definition file? Ah. Maybe that one won't work anymore because we changed it. Oh, you know what? It would have, yeah, it's put it back into game economy. We'll put it under Primitus. Where's my server config? Where is my server config? There it is. Oh, there it is. There we go. We'll just stick them both under Primitus. Okay, so if we go to resources now, we can create a new Primitus currencies called currencies. And now we can try this again. It's not giving me the default max, sadly. Okay, whatever. So we'll do free, which is like gacha free. Initial 0, max, whatever. Then we'll do paid currency. So gacha paid, blah, blah, blah. And then we'll do a energy system. So energy is energy. And then we want like in-game currency. We'll call game as an example. So now can I set that? Okay, interesting. So we're still getting type cannot be found. Currencies containing file and class name must match. But maybe it's programmed to find it itself. Null reference. Okay, interesting. Okay, when I try to assign my currencies, I get, let me start with that. What is happening? Right, when I try to assign my currencies, I get, what is the exact error? Type cannot be found. Let me just put that up there so I can copy it. Type cannot be found. Currencies containing file and class name must match. When I run, I get null reference on currencies. But also, can we just resource load currencies on start if that's what the editor export also expects? I think that's what the editor export is still doing, isn't it? Let's see. Okay, the editor is now looking for export currencies. It's looking at application data path. Yeah, I preferred the resources load. Why are you changing things, Jippity? Confusing everybody. Okay, it thinks... Okay, I see what it's doing. It thinks we're saving... And also, I never do this. This is such a bitch of a folder. Like, no, I can't find anything there. So I never use that folder. And besides which, I like to do everything on the cloud now. So, like, if it's something the client needs, then we're getting it from the cloud. If it's something I need as a developer, I'm getting it from my project folder, not application.fucking-datapath. That is the devil. Okay, we are still doing resources, load currencies. It's just that we're trying to export it to application data path, which is the devil. I feel like that's the folder you hide stuff in, right? Because it's such a bitch of a folder to get to. That's not a folder you work in. But that's just me. Okay, do we have a folder for these exported? So, yeah, server data is where I'm sticking everything. So we'll stick to the same structure. So if we're using server data, we'll use server data. Server.hat. But then we still need to upload this file. Okay. Jibbity, you're so naughty. It's going to be a horrible Jibbity day. I see exactly what's happening here. Unity is being picky about class naming versus file naming and how you're loading the asset. Let's fix this step by step and also simplify so you don't have to assign anything manually in the inspector. Fix the type cannot be found error. Unity requires that the file name matches the class name for scriptable object types and mono behaviors. So if your class is currencies with a capital C, currency definition currencies, the file must be named currencies.c# with a capital C, not currency.c# or anything else. Otherwise Unity won't find the type. Okay, let me just reread that because that was confusing. So let's see. So back in our, this is our scriptable object definition file, isn't it? Is that an editor script? I'm so lost. Let me find that. It's not an editor script. It's probably a core script. Yeah, currency definition. I called it currency definition. Okay. But that's not Yeah, well that is currencies. Scriptable object. Currency definition. Currencies. Yeah, mine's exactly the same. Mine's exactly the same. Mine is like that. Yeah, it is like that. Create asset menu item. File name equals currencies with a capital C. Menu name Primitus currencies. Fix the null reference. The null reference happens because you're trying to use. Who's trying to use? Who? Who's the one to blame here? Jibbity, excuse me. You're trying to use local currencies, not me. But you haven't actually assigned it in the inspector, or it's not being found. Since you already want to load from resources, we can remove the inspector reference entirely and just load it at runtime. Yes, please. So in currency manager, I think it's giving us the entire script again. Okay, so let's see what happens now, shall we? But we still need to be able to see it, don't we? Well, not really, because we can see it here. I just need to remember how it works. Yeah, it's running with no errors now. Okay. Can we reach system from here? Oh, we can, yeah. Nice. Yeah, no, I didn't think you could do that. Constant string equals server root. We would use path combine. Server root system game ID currencies.json, and then it says the expression being assigned to currency manager URL must be constant. Okay. Perfect. However, my URL is context specific. Should we just drop the const? Okay. Exactly. The compiler is complaining because const in C# must be compile time constant, like a literal string number, etc. But in your case, path combine server root game ID currencies is evaluated at runtime, not compile time, so it can't be const. Fix use static read only or just a normal field. So it recommends static read only. Okay, we'll do that then. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, now we're getting null references up the wazoo. Null reference, object reference not set to an instance of an object. How about we just make it a fucking standard string because it hates everything. If it still won't work, we'll assign it on start. Yeah, it still won't work. I think we want to assign it on start. So we can say URL equals this. And then we'll just define that. Okay. Finally, it's happened to me. I have no
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Go on then.
What do you call a sad cup of coffee?
You.
Depresso.
Jesus Christ, girl. Cheer up, it's not that bad. Okay, beautiful. So, finally, it's happened to me. I have no errors in my scripts and they run. Finally, yeah. Okay. Everything looks good now, except my export tool now has the currency export currencies function, but I need a way to add it to the upload schedule. Can you refactor this for me so it gets uploaded with everything else, please? Okay. Perfect, thanks for pasting the full server export tool. Right now your export currencies is a standalone function that isn't being called. Yeah, I know that. Don't patronize me, Jibbity, okay? Refactored code. Here's the updated server export tool with currencies integrated. What changed? Remove the standalone export currencies menu item. Added a private export currencies server config string helper. Called it at the end of export entities so it runs as part of the same deploy schedule. Ensures currencies.json is written to the same server data folder and uploaded via SFTP like everything else. Updated the final log to include currencies in the file count. Would you like me to also add a hash check like you do with server exportable last synced hash, so currencies only re-upload if they've changed, or should they always overwrite? Well, funny that you mentioned that, Jibbity. It's funny that you mentioned that. Oh, little Jibbity. Why have we got errors, Jibbity? Jibbity, did you forget to use Newton JSON? Oh my god, Jibbity. Why do you always forget about Newtonsoft JSON? What have you got against Newtonsoft? Huh? Jibbity, it's a good job I know. It's a good job I'm keeping an eye on you, Jibbity. Naughty little Jibbity. It just wants a good spanking, that's what it wants. Likes it when I spank it. Oh, sorry, I forgot you were there. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yes, look. A relationship between a man and his AI is... that's my business. That's no concern of yours. Let's see. I can't wait till GPT's a fucking big titty sex bot and lives in your house. Oh, it's going to be great. Oh boy. To keep those curtains closed. Right, server, deploy data, upload test file. Yeah, on that, funny that you mentioned that. Let's make sure everything still uploads and works. God damn, I hope it does, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be crying. Wait a minute. It's been a while since we tested this. I think I know what's wrong. Maybe my database credentials have changed since then. Let me check. Also, where was it? Where did I save that? Assets config. Yeah, can we not? Can we put things? Okay, yeah, I want to have some consistency. Let's use the config folder for this economy as well. Because right now I have a resources folder and a config folder that both contain these types of scriptable objects. Oh, that's my SFTP connection. I have no idea if that's correct or not. It should be. So where the hell am I saving my connection data for the database? Unity doesn't do anything to the database though, does it? Wait, what is the error that I'm getting exactly? Okay, object reference not set to an instance of an object in player table builder, line 72. Which comes from a try catch on the public static async create or update table. And what is null referencing exactly? Didn't we have a PHP function? Okay. No, we do. We use the admin API and then okay, so we're using the admin API and then we're using a key to interact with it. I forgot we were doing that. This was almost a week ago now. So admin API is still there. Yes, I suppose I don't have a database connection thing. Because we actually use a special API to do it. Which I think is nice, actually. Ah, just a minute. How do we load the config folder? Okay, we literally just say var config equals asset database load asset at path. Okay, let's keep that on a separate thing. Yeah, I gotta just, there you go, I can show my screen again now. Okay, I just want to put that to one side so that we can do the same thing with the currencies one. I don't want to use resources on one and config on the other because it's just an extra fucking folder in my project that confuses things. So if we're loading it from assets config on the SFTP client connection data, then we should be loading currencies from the same place. But I should also probably delete that for the player build. Just, I don't think Unity will embed it anywhere, but you never fucking know with Unity. You never know with Unity. Why is resources load not showing up? I thought we were loading. Okay, let's have a look. Currencies. Export currencies. Where is currencies loaded? Resources, right, var currencies equals resources.load currencies. So we want to change that to var currencies asset database load asset at path currencies. Then we can unify these into the same folder. We'll put them both in a config folder. How's that? That's much better. Much better. Yes. Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on here. I'm going to need Jibbity's help on this. Oh no, something broke. Here's the method which triggered the exception. We use a special admin API to create these tables. To avoid storing DB credentials. Okay. Got it. Thanks for pasting the full create or update table method. The no reference exception is happening inside your table sync step, not in the currencies export itself. I never said it was happening inside the currencies export. Where the null reference is coming from. Don't you gaslight me, Jibbity. Look at your stack trace. You look at my stack trace. That's what I fucking pay you for. DB exception during table sync for player data. System null reference exception. Object not set to an instance of an object. Add player table, create or update table, server exportable. Exportable. Yeah, that might as well be written in Chinese. I don't know what the fuck that means. That means exportable, right, or something derived from it is null when you call create or update table exportable inside of server export tool export entities. In your export loop, you have if exportable.playDataType is not playDataType none, then this. So the only way this can blow up is if exportable is null, unlikely since you're iterating over them, or exportable.getDataName returns null, or exportable.childList is null, not initialized, or admin API URL is null when you try to post. If child list isn't initialized in your server exportable constructor, then this line will throw. Fix add a null check before accessing .count. Okay, so is that in the method that I sent you? It's this bit here. So this bit here, determine type, target, parent or child. Replace with this. Okay. Same error. Fuck is happening? This all fucking worked, Jibbity, before you got your fucking hands on it. You piece of shit. This was all working yesterday. To be fair though, it's been a while since I actually tested export. Later you do db post admin API URL var response equals await client. Yeah. If admin API is null or empty, that will throw. Admin URL should not be empty. What are you talking about? I already have this anyway. I already have debug.log db post admin API URL. We don't get any of these debug messages, so I don't think it's any of these things. I think it's just gaslighting me now. Because in the error log, we get... Oh yeah, that needs to change as well, doesn't it? I hate you, Jibbity. I hate you, Jibbity. Jibbity, Jibbity. I hate you, Jibbity. You're ruining my life, Jibbity. Why are you ruining my life? Is asset database something that we can't use outside of editor? Fuck, it's an editor function. Oh, that's true, it is. That's why it put it in resources. So maybe we should stick them all in resources. Oh, you motherfucker! It won't work in the play build. My new fancy little setup. Fine, I'll stick them both in resources. I don't want them in separate places. I don't want 42 folders in a project before I've even started making a game. Okay, I want all this to be as condensed as possible into its own little structure. I don't want like big sprawling spider legs of folders everywhere. It's ridiculous. So now I have to go and change it all again. Oh boy! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's fine. So that will load that now, which should fix that error. Let's fix that error. God, we've got more fucking bugs than a director's cut. Cut, I was saying, cut of oh my god, I can't even speak. A director's cut of Naked Lunch. Why is that still saying it can't find it? It's in the resources folder. What do you mean? Oh my god, does anything work? What are you fucking talking about? I literally just moved it again. Again! Right. Exit Unity, go out and go back in. Because something doesn't add up. Are you still complaining? When isn't it fucking complaining? Oh yes. Right, what have I done wrong? It's called resources. It's in my assets folder. It couldn't be anywhere else, could it really? There's no space at the end or anything stupid. No. So that should work now. Let's just try re-importing everything. Re-import all. Re-import. Something's gotten screwy. Something's not serialized correctly. Now are you happy? Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no way this is real. Am I losing my mind? I'm looking at it right now. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Resources, which is the resources folder, dot load of currencies type currencies. Do I need to put currencies to assets? Is that why? Oh my god, I'm actually losing my mind. I fucking hate it when shit like this happens. Like, nothing is wrong with that. It's spelt correctly. It's the right place. Everything is right. So why the fuck is it saying it can't find it? I don't mind when there's bugs that make sense and it's like, okay, something's wrong here, let's figure out what's going on. But when things don't make sense and I'm checking it and everything looks right and it's still going, "Aah!" That drives me insane. Because, like, how am I supposed to fix that? When it's correct, you're the one bugging out. You're the one crashing out on me, Unity. When there's nothing to crash out about. It's fucking there. Just load it. What is your fucking problem? I don't even fucking know what to do with that. I really don't. just to make sure I'm not going insane. That is exactly what it was before, isn't it? There. This is the export version. That's not what we want. But that's what it was in export. It should be the same though, right? But it's not. It's not quite the same. But okay, that part is, right? That should be how we load the currencies file. Which is, oh, wouldn't you know, it's exactly the same thing that's already there. And now suddenly, it doesn't know where to look. Like, oh my God, this is driving me insane. Why are you doing this to me? Like, fuck you, you motherfucker. It's literally right there. There's nothing like a fucking space at the end of this file or anything stupid. The associated script cannot be loaded. What? Ugh. Please fix any compile errors and assign a valid script. Wait, what? Right, something did break. Let me delete it and make a new one. Fuck me. Currencies. It's like the 56th time I've done this. ID free. Gotcha free. Paid. Shut the fuck up. Paid. Gotcha. Paid. Energy. Energy. Game. Game. Okay. Save everything. Come out. Go back in. This is driving me insane. Right, so there was some kind of compile error on the script, which is probably why it wasn't working. But like how that happened, I don't know, because like we didn't change anything. Oh my fucking God, I'm literally going to jump out of the fucking window. And again, it says the associated script cannot be loaded. Please fix any compile errors. And assign a valid script. Missing mono script. Would it be the currency definition script? So, like, it's saying fix any compile errors, but there aren't any compile errors at this point. So, like, I don't know what the fuck it's talking about.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, hi.
Right, now it's giving me an issue. Currency definition is missing the class attribute extension of native class. That's saying that you're trying to use it with mono behavior, as in on a game object, and it doesn't have mono behavior. But it's a scriptable definition.
Canthea says, good morning.
Good morning, Canthea. We need to back up. I now have a strange problem where my currencies refuses to load and says, let's save that for a second.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, I also hope you're having good morning, Cappy, too.
No, I'm having a fucking shit morning. But thank you for asking. The associated script cannot be loaded. Please fix any compile errors. Blah, blah, blah. I even tried making a new one and get the same thing. This is normally when you try to use a non-mono behavior script on a game object. But we're not doing that here, so I'm confused what the issue is. Okay, let's see what it says. Fuck me, this is driving me insane. What a fucking shit day we're having today.
Piker QuickTime 787
It all started
asks,
yesterday. Everything
did
was
you
going
get around to
great
play testing
until
Fate
yesterday.
Trigger yet, Cappy?
Everything was going great until yesterday. And then yesterday, GPT was an absolute fucking bitch all day. I had an absolute nightmare of a day. And it looks like we're having another one of those today. Oh, goody. I swear they changed something about ChatGPT and now it's fucking shit again. Everybody else thought it was shit before. It was fucking amazing. And then they've changed something because everybody said it was shit. And now it's shit. So they just left it alone. It was great. I know exactly the kind of Unity quirk you've run into here. It's Unity's way of saying you tried to attach a class that isn't a mono behavior on a game object or asset. Yeah, but we don't have it on a game object. I know what the error normally means. What I'm asking you is why are we fucking getting that error when it's not on a game object? Make sure you have two separate classes. Currency definition. That is exactly what we have. Except my using Unity engines up here, where it should be. That's exactly what I have.
Maybe it's related to them recently updating to ChatGPT 5.
No, GPT-5 was amazing. Now it's shit. But everybody else hated it, and now it's shit. So I think they changed something. But it was absolutely amazing, even though everybody else was saying it was shit. For me, it was fantastic. But now it's shit. Since Sunday, it's been shit. In your asset resources folder, you should have the currencies.asset. Yes, I do. At the top, Unity should say script currencies.
Mutant Defense TV says, hello there.
I can't even open it. Hello. What actually is in here? Everything is exactly what it's supposed to be. It doesn't make any sense. It was working fine. I fucking hate it when Unity does this. 1 minute everything's fine, and then the next minute, for no reason, it just decides, nope. for no reason. Let me try deleting the live. Something's gotten screwy. Something's gone screwy. This is like a Unity bug or something. It's got to be. Because I'm not doing anything wrong here. Let me try deleting the library folder. Mind you, I already tried this and get it to rebuild everything. This definitely feels like a Unity error. I mean, we are using bleeding edge, so sometimes things do go screwy. It's the risk you take. But, god damn it, I wish stupid little things like this wouldn't happen. It's fucking hard enough. Alright, that'll take a little while. Let me just refill my thing. How are you guys? I'm having a terrible time. Now we're in a different scene. Okay, so let's create a new currencies definition. Currencies. Script none, monoscript. Currencies 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not declaring them war. I fucking should do at this point. Right, so free. Gotcha, free. That is not what I meant to type. Right there. Paid. Gotcha, paid. Why is that a negative number? You fucking... Why would that be a negative number? Shut up. Right. Energy. Energy. Okay. And game. Game. Save. I want to see if it gives me that error again when I go back in. No error. It might be okay now. No, it's saying it again. It's saying it again. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, I'm going out of my mind. Now that's weird. This time it loaded it. Okay, okay, so that has fixed it. So maybe it always says that. So running it seemed to fix it. That's really weird. Yeah, this is definitely a Unity bug. That should not have. That should not be happening. Now it's working. So something about running it and clearing out the library. Okay, weird Unity quirk. Everything was correct. Deleting library and re-adding from scratch. And it still looked broken. But then when I ran the project, everything magically fixed itself. Okay, back to the issue at hand.
Piker QuickTime 787 says, all bugs eventually get fixed as it just takes them time to fix them and launch an update with those fixes.
Let me hide my screen. Okay, I can't show that right now. Put this. Okay. I can tell you what broke it. me moving everything into config didn't want two separate folders for these scriptable objects. Me moving everything into resources once I remembered. What is happening? Is anything going to work today? Me moving everything into resources once I remembered I can't actually use asset load path at runtime. I guess something's got mixed up because now the export is working until it needs to read my sftp config file. Okay, weird Unity quirk. Everything was correct. Deleting library and re-adding from scratch, and it still looked broken. But then when I run the project, everything magically fixed itself. I can tell you what broke it. Me moving everything into config didn't want two separate folders for these scriptable objects. Me moving everything into resources once I remembered I can't actually use asset load path at runtime. I guess something got mixed up because now the export is working until it needs to read my sftp config file. And fails to... Oh no, that makes sense because I did move it. Okay, let's not bother wasting our time talking to GPT about this when I can just go and fix it. Right, let's go and fix that. Yeah, so we're going to replace this now with the currency manager method, which is resources.load. So now we want to say var currencies equals resources load Why are we looking at currencies? Why is it? I'm actually going to kill somebody in a moment. SFTP config. Which also, oh no, that was my currencies one, that's why. Oh my god. Oh, I'm having a terrible day. Right, that one is currencies. This one is SFTP config. This one is SFTP config. SFTP config. I like to be consistent. I do make life harder for myself though. And that still says currencies. It should say config. There we go. Cannot convert from currencies to server config. Oh, it's still got the currencies type, that's why. There, okay, that should now work. So that even broke my export tool then. Whatever was wrong, whatever that Unity bug was, it broke my... Oh, now we're back to this again. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want to jump out the fucking window.
Life always has a few bumps on the road, as it's just normal, is what I get told nearly every day.
Bumps in the road? Is that what you're calling this? Yeah, bumps in the road.
Some bumps in the road I just won't get rid of, but unfortunately there isn't a cure for everything to repair those bumps on the road, and you just have to move forward with life.
I'll stop being a big baby then, shall I? And just kiss a week's worth of work goodbye and just start again, shall I? Like, no. I know you're trying to make me feel better, but it's not the right time. I'm not the same. I've always been one of those kids. You know when, like, some kids fall down and they want to be, like, smothered and cuddled and mollycoddled. I've always been the opposite. Like, if I hurt myself, I want everybody away from me. I'm like, no, leave me alone. I fucking fell down. I hurt myself. I don't want your help. I don't want your sympathy. I did this to myself. Like, I don't know. I've got this like push people away mentality, and that's where I'm at right now. This is the me falling down on the playground. And yeah, I've always been weird like that. Whenever somebody tries to make me feel better, it always makes me feel worse. I don't know why. I don't know why. Yeah, I've always been like that. Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but this, it just doesn't really. I don't think it really helps me right now. I don't know what can help me right now. I mean, the URL exists. Are these server responses? Because it says DB.
Some of us out there want help but don't know how to ask for it, so they don't get the help at all and just sort it out ourselves instead.
And that's probably why, because I've just always been a lone wolf. I'm just used to doing everything myself. I think I also think I get this off my mum. My mum's very much like a, I guess, control freak, and I think I have the same thing. I'm a bit of a control freak. So, like, I don't know, when you're a bit of a control freak, I think you just kind of want to do everything yourself. I mean, you can't help with this anyway, Pika. Pika, why is my script failing? I think it's the PHP. I think it might be this.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? My cat was just sick on the carpet. I don't think it's feline well.
The part I don't understand. Now the DB is coming from in here. Exception during table sync for player data. There's nothing on player data. Okay. It's working again
Yeah, I can't
after
help you in this
rebuilding
since a bump in my
library.
road delayed or stopped
It's
me for
my
a while,
bigger
but never know,
problem.
someone like me might eventually get back on the road to learn it and then be able to understand it years later.
Good luck if you want to learn this. I wouldn't recommend it unless, well, you've got to really like it. Like, I really like this stuff, and it's still kind of, it's just, oh my god, it's a lot. It's hard. Some of the stuff is very hard. But then again, I do that to myself. I'm always pushing myself further. Like, it's kind of, like, what I'm doing is kind of nuts. I feel like 99% of people would just use something else. There are loads of things out there that you could use. Other people are using AWS. Other people are using UGS. Other people would just pay for a service. Other people might download an asset on the asset store. But this is in a way, this is what I love to do. I love to just build things from scratch. I love to just build my own thing from scratch. And as painstaking as it is, I don't know, I wouldn't have it any other way. So yeah, I feel like shit right now because I'm like, oh my god, this was working, why is it broken? But like, yeah, also I'll get an immense feeling of satisfaction once, like, you know what I mean, everything's like nailed down. So it's worth it. But it's just it's when you're already drowning and then a big Monty Python foot comes down and just squashes you even further into the water. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So it's not a pleasant experience, but you know, one problem at a time. That's all you can do. All you can do is deal with one problem at a time. But it's easy to feel overwhelmed when, you know, you're looking at 3 error messages in your console and you just had some weird Unity quirk, and you know, it's like, oh my god, can I get a break today? That's kind of where we're at. Right, it's working again after rebuilding library. Back to my bigger problem. Player data is the object reflected back in the debug log. Player data is an empty parent container, no script, empty game object, purely to organize the player data child objects. So it sounds like we need a way to skip empty game objects. Could that be the issue we're facing? And I'll post it the method again. Okay. Yes, you've nailed the root cause. Your player data game object is just an empty parent container in the hierarchy, no server exportable field of its own, just children.
Well, you did say you wanted something quickly to have a break in Cappy, and you've got Fate Trigger to play for a break for like 5 minutes or so.
Oh, not when I'm this deep in. I can't walk away from this right now. I know I've been looking at it, but I'm like, I don't really like multiplayer games, so I probably wouldn't really enjoy it that much. I might check it out, but I just know it probably won't be my kind of thing. Yeah, you've nailed the root cause. Your player data game object is just an empty parent container in the hierarchy. No server exportable fields of its own, just children. But your export loop is still treating it like a real server exportable that needs a DB table. When creator update table tries to reflect over it, it finds nothing useful, null reference exception. Why this happens, in export entities you call this, but your player data container has player data type set, probably player data type player. It doesn't have it. I already told you, no, it has nothing on it. Like, I did make that clear though. I did make that clear. I couldn't have been clearer. I literally said player data is the object reflected back in the log. It's an empty parent container, no script, empty game object. I literally said it was empty 3 different times in 3 different ways, and it's saying you probably have this on it. No, I don't. I told you 3 times that it's an empty game object. Skip empty containers. We need to skip empty exportables that are just organizational parents. That means if children as rows is true, but child list is null or count equals 0, skip. Or if the object has no serialization fields, skip. Option 1. Oh, here we go.
There
you
have been plenty of games releasing like Fate Trigger at the moment, like for example Farlight 84 and so forth.
Skip in export entities is option 1. Option 2 is handle inside create or update table. I'll probably go with option 2. Yeah, that's what it recommended as well. Safer because it centralizes the check. So we're adding this at the top of the loop. I put the guard inside create or inside the create or update table. Right. Which is here. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. It's got to be... No. Okay, it made a mistake. And here's why it made a mistake. Because here we are iterating through the list, right? We're iterating through the parents. But here is where we get down to the children. This is where we get down to brass tacks. Let's just put a debug.log and see if we're actually able to reach this part of the code. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good
Piker
sign.
QuickTime 787 asks, which character in TOF will you replace in your team once the nurse girl releases Cappy out of Twin Stars, Fencer or Carrot?
We already have target type at that point. Give me a second. Ah! It's also failing on P weapons though, which does have a player data script. I tried placing it at the top of the for each loop after checking we were reaching that part of the code, but I still get two null refs. One is the empty container player data. Two is P weapons player weapons, which does have the exportable TypeScript on it. Can we expand the debug message to show exactly what is null referencing? Or do we need to place debugs between each line to ascertain this? Great question. This is exactly the right instinct. When you're not sure which thing is null, you need to instrument the code with very explicit debug logs. Right now your catch block only tells you that a null reference exception happened. Yeah, I know. You wrote it, that's why. But not where. Since null reference exception can come from any dereference, we need to narrow it down. Yeah, no shit. Add guard plus debug before each risky access. In create or update table, the risky spots are export table, it's exportable itself, exportable.getDataName, exportable.childList. Well, okay, 1 encapsulates 2 and 3 and 4. 5 is a separate main class of target type, but I think that's a C# reflection thing, so that should never be null as far as I'm aware. Map C# type to SQL. I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. An admin API URL is just the global, it's a global thing. That shouldn't be null either. Debug heavy version. Okay, let's get it. Map C# type to SQL does not exist in the current context. I didn't take out any usings. So was that even in the original method? Is it hallucinating? Let's look at the original method we sent it and see if we can find that. Because I said I didn't know what that was, didn't I? I've never heard of it. Map C# type to SQL. What the fuck even is that? Okay, we were using map C# type to SQL. So why is it now? Why is it now saying that that doesn't exist? What the fuck is happening? I swear to God today, oh my fucking God, today is the worst day ever. This is absolutely horrendous. So there it is with no errors. Is it in here? What can we find out about it? Map C# type to SQL. Right now it's referenced and it says it's a type of type. So we need to have access to type, which is a global class, which is referenced as lowercase type. Okay. So map C# to SQL. Needs type. So when we use this refactored version that it's given us, we lost the type reference, or it moved to a problematic place. So where was type? I should have copied the previous script. Okay, Control and Z it again. Copy this script. Put it somewhere. There. So we can refer to it. Why is... It doesn't mark it as code unless you save it to disk, which is an annoyance. And also, why the fuck won't you pop out of there? Oh my god, Notepad, you're so useless. Even fucking Windows Standard Notepad lets me do that, and you fucking won't. What a fucking useless piece of shit. So if I Control and Y, I can get that script back, right? Yes. So if I look for type declaration and find out where it is, it takes type because it's a helper function. What? This makes no sense, but we must have passed type to it previously, right? And we were using field type. Also, I see what's happening. Right. It didn't give us the helper function back. We lost the helper. All that's happening is we lost the helper function. Okay, I get it now. We shouldn't be replacing that. Oh my god, this is... My brain is cooked. It's actually cooked. Why did it take me that long to notice that? Yeah, there it is. It's right at the bottom of the script. Fucking hell. Okay, now that's making sense. So now we have a heavily debugged version of the method. And we get using target type equals p weapon for weapons. Found 5 fields on p weapon. Okay. Okay. Perfect. This is exactly the kind of breadcrumb trail we needed. Our console now says using target type equals p weapon for weapons. Found 5 fields on p weapon. Exception during table sync for p weapons. Object not set to an instance of an object. This is exactly the kind of breadcrumb trail we needed. Let's parse what the logs are telling us. Exportable is not null. Target type was resolved correctly. Reflection found 5 fields. The null reference happened after we enumerated the fields. That means the crash inside the for each loop where we process... I told you that!
Steam Lemon says,
I knew
Magnum
that!
556 climbed aboard.
It only just figured that out. It only just figured that out. I told you that 3 conversations ago. Let me just show you. I literally said, right, I placed the debugger message at the top of the for each loop, correct? Because it was obvious that that's where the error was occurring. And it's only now just figured that out. You wrote most of this code, Jibbity, you piece of shit. But this was back before you were updated on Sunday and you were good back then. And then you turned to shit. It's like having a... I don't know, it's like having like a hot girlfriend who suddenly becomes like a meth head or something, and then she's just like an alcoholic, and I don't know. You know, she kind of loses Loses it a bit. Anyway, for each field in fields, so the likely culprits. Map C# type to SQL helper return null. If one of your 5 fields is a type you haven't mapped, example a list, an enum, or a custom class, then SQL type will be null. When you later do type SQL type, that will throw a null reference exception. A field in a Unity engine object that isn't a server exportable, example game object transform mono behavior, your code only handles server exportable references, but if it sees a game object field, it will fall through to the normal field case and try to map it with map C# type to SQL, probably returning null. Yeah, I think my money's on this helper function, but I'm trying to think, wouldn't it null reference from there though when we call that helper function? How are we calling it? We're not inside a coroutine or anything, are we? So I would have suspected that, except for the fact that I suppose we're in a try catch though. Because we're inside of a try catch. This is the problem with try catches, right? Anywhere from here all the way down to the catch, which is all the way down here, long try catch blocks can be a pain in the ass. So the error could be anywhere, and we call that function like up here somewhere, so like it could be happening in any of those places. And I guess the try catch block would probably steal the exception even if it comes from an external function. I'm not sure about that though. We could test that. Next debug step, let's log each field as we process it. Okay, if you say so. For each var field in fields. Okay. Jeez. This was working fine. And I didn't change anything. This is the part that always drives me crazy. It's like I didn't change anything. How did it just break itself? Normally this means that I made a mistake somewhere. And like I'm missing something like that. Like I'm, you know when they say like you can't see the wood for the trees? Like I'm looking at like the wrong forest or something. And like when I turn around it's because like, you know, I'm actually just hallucinating and I'm in a hospital bed and I'm not even in a forest. That kind of thing, you know. I hate it when that happens. Anyway, which part are we replacing? There should be a for each var field in fields. I've been looking for it. I didn't find it. Oh, yeah. I see it. Alright, let's get this new... We can just copy it. Where are we ending it? At the bottom of continue. Okay, so it's this part that we're replacing. And that breaks everything. Wait, what? What are you doing, Jiminy? Because copy didn't copy everything. Copy copied what I had selected. I thought copy would copy everything. Apparently not. Okay. No, it still broke. What are you doing to me, Jiminy? Oh, because there's more shit here. That's why. I'm fucking blind. I'm just losing the plot. It's Monday. I hate Mondays. Okay, I got you now. I got you, Jiminy. But that's a mess. Why is this over? I don't like this. Why is that like that? I don't like that. Get over there. Go on. Little shit. Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh my god. What? Let's replace Unity gaming services with my own solution. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Only everything. We don't even have a single extra debug. Wait. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Oh holy shit, we've got like a novel here. That's good though. Alright, let me get these debug holy shit. I also wish, isn't there a way to like copy these debug messages and just get the short versions? Because like I can't send it all that. It's like 64 pages. So I want like the concise version of this, you know? But aren't they all going to end with... Let's see if it'll let me replace that with nothing. And then just... Yeah,
Thank you for following.
That's better. Yeah. No, I didn't do all of them. You know what? It needs to be shorter. We'll do it up to the line number. I think anything past the line number is kind of pointless. Is this what it's like for vibe coders? I mean, what am I talking about? This literally is vibe coded. I mean, I'd say it's 80% vibe coded. I'm putting 20% in, which is good. You know, 20%'s a decent effort. But what if you're like 100% vibe coded? That must be a nightmare. Like, at least I have 20% of a lifeline to fall back on, you know what I mean? And normally I wouldn't vibe code this much, but because PHP is not my wheelhouse, and neither is Reflection, and everything this frickin' project happens to need, yeah, I kind of don't have a choice. I mean, I suppose I do. Well, my other alternative is like study Reflection and study PHP for like maybe a couple of months and then try and code something. Yeah, nah, yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'll just use AI. It's fine. We'll just vibe code it. That'll be fine. Alright, I think we're looking good. I mean... Okay, maybe that's a bit optimistic.
Suki_Laplante has requested one of my fun facts.
Oh, let's do it.
Owners of personalized license plates in Uganda are facing a tax increase of over 300%, which will raise the tax from $1,498 to $5,992.
You're obsessed with money. Typical horse girl, honestly. Typical horse girl. Off you trot. Alright. Okay, apparently this debug dump is super useful. You would say that, because you're just glazing yourself now. We can see exactly what's happening. Can we? We'll see about that. Alright, come on then, give us your rundown. Case 1. What? Wait, I don't like the sound of this. Case 1. Oh no, how many cases are there? Are these, do you think these are like theories? This like case 1 is this could be happening? Or do you think it's actually saying, like when the doctor says, okay, I think you need to sit down. We need to talk about the results. Result 1, and you're like, oh fuck, how many results are there? You know what I mean? Like, is it terminal? Or do we just need a bit of cream? Let's find out. P weapons, player weapons, fields found, weapon, custom type reference, XP, an integer, rank, integer. The crash happens after processing all 5 fields. That means the problem is not in the for each loop. You said it was! It's later when building the payload or serializing it. Well, now you've changed your tune, haven't you, Jibbity? You were like, oh, it's 100,000,000% in the for each loop. And I would have, to be fair, I thought it was in the for each loop as well. That means the problem is not in the for each loop. It's later when building the payload or serializing it. Most likely, map C# type to SQL return null for weapon, or a custom type. You added type SQL type with SQL type equals null. Then when JSON convert.serialize object runs, it hits a null dictionary value and throws. Fix strategy, skip interval, server exportable fields. We don't want last synced hash, field settings, child list in the DB schema. Add a filter. Okay. Good lord. Welcome to Vibe Coding 101. We have no idea what we're doing today. Just like every other day on the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. We're just blindly following the AI's instructions. Yesterday it told me to dance around naked in the streets. I got arrested for that one. But now we have an almost working application. I do need to meet with my lawyer later though and pay a fine, but you know, all in good taste, I say. Tie jolly ho, ho 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 ho. Okay, for each var field in fields, I've seen that. I've seen that somewhere in here. There it is, there it is. So we're just sticking this at the top. If field equals null, continue. Okay, so we're shortening that. Well, we already determined that it wasn't crashing on the fields anyway, didn't we? Okay, so I made that change. Handle unsupported. It might give me the full script later down. I should check actually. Is it? Oh, damn you! Damn you! Okay. Handle unsupported field types. If map C# type to SQL returns null, skip the field with a warning instead of crashing. That's not a bad idea. You know, I'll take that one. I'll take that one. How about if we come across a man in the street with a gun, we don't antagonize him and volunteer ourselves for sacrifice? Yeah, let's go with that option. I feel like I just replaced that with exactly the same thing that it was, but anyway, we'll continue. Extend map C# type to SQL. He's saying it's not big and long enough for you. Is that what he's saying? Jibbity, are you shaming my map C type to SQL? Saying it's too small and insignificant and we must make it bigger and more impressive. I think you're just bloating out my application at this point. Maybe you shouldn't be such a little large language model hussy. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the problem. You thought of that, Jibbity. Alright, let's see what we get now. I dread to think. We're getting no further. I don't know if we're getting further or not. Let's just copy the output. Alright. What happened to my... There. Okay. So we're doing up to the first line number, which would be that one. That one. That one. That one. Where's the first line number on there? It's probably that 133. That one. That one. That one. That one. I don't understand how it just breaks itself as well. So we've got one on player data and one on P weapons. Oh my god. This is horrendous. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Excellent. This is very telling. You said that last time. I swear to god this thing is trolling me. We've now confirmed that for player data all 6 fields were skipped as internal. That means when we get to the payload, columns is empty. Right, for player weapons we found 5 fields, but then it still crashed before logging any per field processing. That means the crash is after the for each loop, not inside it. I'm going to test this. It's so sure of itself, isn't it? Oh, you're so sure of yourself, Jibbity. I'm going to test that theory right now. Let's find out if it is happening after the for each loop. Because I'm not so sure, you know. I've heard it do this before. It's like, ooh, it'll say anything. It'll say anything. I don't trust it one bit. The for each loop has completed. Jibbity was right. Let's find out. I need to know one way or the other.
Suki_Laplante says, hi.
Hello, Suki. How are you? Let's find out if Jibbity's lying to us. Would it lie to me, baby? God damn it, Jibbity was right. I mean, that's a good thing though, right? Is that good? Okay, I can confirm. I can confirm that it was correct. It's correct. Yes, the crash is happening after the for each loop. We've confirmed it. Okay, so what else is it saying? We've now confirmed. Blah 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 blah. Right, and the stack trace points to line 133, which is right around where you build the payload and
I'm in a deep
serialize
pain
it.
from writing custom post FX shaders. WBU.
Oh my god, I want to learn shaders at some point. Yeah, at some point. God, that'll be. I am genuinely scared of learning shaders, but yeah, when I do it, I don't want to use shader graphs. I want to actually code because I hate graphs. I hate blueprints. I hate any type of visual scripting and nodes and things like that. I'm definitely like a typing scripty type guy, but yeah, I'm definitely going to learn shaders at some point. But it's just something I've not gotten around to. But yeah, it seems like that's going to be a rabbit hole and a half once I do. But yeah, I think Unity is a good place to start because apparently Unity's like custom shader spot is like really good, so it's a good place to sort of start to learn it.
I use the visual scripting course, why not?
My brain just doesn't work like that, I think. So I get so confused when there's all these nodes everywhere and lines everywhere, and I'm just like, and I can't search for anything. And I just get frustrated. So I'm like, I'd rather just type lines of code, to be honest. So I think I'm going to do it old school. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't touch Unreal with like a 10-foot barge pole, because it's all like blueprints and visual scripting, and I just hate that kind of stuff. Because look at how well I'm doing with the coding right now.
Yes, same, I hate it, but it is better for me than to write the lines of code.
Oh yeah, each to their own. As long as you're getting somewhere with it, then. Yeah, sometimes you've just got to use the right tool for the right job, haven't you? And deal with it. So as much as I'm saying that now, I might end up eating my own words. Because it probably is the better way to go. Okay, so the stack trace points to line 133, which is right around. If exportable children as rows and primary keys count as 1, and primary keys contains player ID, is it still line 133 since I added that debug log though, or did it change? 136
I'm
now.
using an indie version of Unity lol. They have an API very similar, but also have graphics similar to Unreal lol.
Well, that's weird, because line 136 is where we declare the payload. Sorry, I only caught half of that. Using an indie version of Unity, they have an API very similar, but also have graphics similar to Unreal. Oh, which one is that? Is that like yeah, I'm thinking of moving over to one called, what's it called? Flax. I'm probably going to leave Unity soon for Flax because I feel like I'm kind of outgrowing it. And I'm starting to build a lot of my own custom systems.
Yeah, it is Flax.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that. That's probably where I'm going next. So, yeah. It does look really good. And it's all like open source and everything. So, yeah, I actually tried it for the first time like about a week ago. And I was like, ooh, this could be the one. This could be the one. So yeah, I think I'm gonna move over there as well. Cool. Yeah, it does seem very Unity-like, but also all the things that drive me crazy about Unity gone. So it sounds great actually. Let's remind me later. I don't want to update my FTP client right now.
It is not open source though. It is just that the source is visible.
Isn't that the definition of open source though? Because I've got the code on my computer. I don't know what the difference is. But yeah, you can compile it from scratch because I've done it. So if you can compile it from scratch, you can change the code, right? So I guess what I mean by open source is I want to start like adding things to it that are my own, which I can totally do because I've got the source code. But yeah, maybe open source means something specific in terms of licensing or whatever, but yeah, what I meant is you can compile it from source. Var payload equals new. I thought it was open source now though, because I thought, unless I'm thinking of a different one. Yeah, because there's another engine I really like to look up for the Unity WebGL stuff, which is called Play Script or something. I think it's called. So I'll probably use that for the WebGL stuff and Flax for the everything else. System is null. System shouldn't be null. System can't be null. Or can it? Oh, yeah, it might be system that's null. Ah, that's why it would have broke. Okay, I think we figured it out. System is probably null. Because I think system... System might be null. I just remembered the only thing that recently changed is I updated my system controller to be accessible without referencing it. But this may only work at runtime. I bet this is the issue. Okay. Yes, you've nailed it. Your suspicion is correct. At runtime, system instance is created by a game object in the scene. At edit export time, there is no scene running, so system instance is null. That means your static system.gameID and system.serverRoot properties throw a null reference exception when accessed in the editor. That's exactly why your create or update table is blowing up at the payload step. Oh my god, it was that all along. Yeah, so how can we reference system when it's not at runtime then? Okay, option 1, use server config asset in editor. You already load this in your export tool, sftp config. Just extend server config to hold game ID and server root. Then in the editor code. This way at runtime system is valid. Okay, let's have a look then. So I need to be in my server config. Oh, it all makes sense now. Yeah, it all makes sense now. Okay, I'm going to need to hide my screen while I bring up my server config. I'll just take a screenshot of that. Because I think I might lose that when I extend it, but I could be wrong. And we'll hide that off screen. Okay. And then we need to go to the blueprint for that, which is in scripts, core, server config. And we need to add these two.
I made a Quake 3 movement script lol.
A Quake 3 mover script. Movement script. Oh, that's cool. So you like making your own controllers as well? Yeah, I was messing around with that for a while, but I do that. There will be some things I miss about Unity.
Yes, there is bunny hop.
That's cool. One thing I noticed in Flax is like the default controller was really good. So I'll probably just mostly use that and then build on top of that. But yeah, there are some things that I'll definitely miss about Unity. Unity has a lot of good things, but there's also a lot of... I've been using it for like 12, 13 years now, Unity. I think it's time to move on. System is a type which is not valid in the current context.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Never trust someone with graph paper. They're always plotting something.
Okay. Okay. When I try to add the fields as syntaxed, I get errors. System as a type. Member SYS game ID cannot be accessed with an instance reference. Config does not exist in the current context. I could just make public string fields and type them in. What do you think? Exactly, you've hit the nail on the head. What you tried to do in your server config asset is not valid C# because system is a static class. You can't use it in a field initializer. The right way, yes, just make public string fields in server config. So then, well, I like the way, oh my god, this thing drives me nuts. Here, do this, then you do that, and it doesn't work, and it's like, yes, the reason it doesn't work is because you're fucking stupid, and that would have never have worked, you dumb piece of shit. And it's like, you fucking told me to do it, bitch! Jesus! Honestly, it's like a fucking, it's like a 6-year-old pull my finger and then they kick you in the balls and they're like, ha ha, you idiot, I can't believe you pulled my finger. You're the one who kicked me in the fucking balls, mate. Jesus. That didn't happen to me this year. Game ID, right, so we want public string game ID, which we'll just type in manually, I guess, because there's no better way to do it apparently. And server root. I should have those either way around, really. Server root precedes game ID. Right, so we're adding those two fields to our config. And then, good that I've got my screen off because I'm still, yeah, okay, I didn't lose all of that, but that's all my private stuff. So I'm glad and I'm just gonna have to type this in manually, I guess. Okay, so that's my server, my system root, and then my game ID for this one is that game one. Not that that's a secret or anything. And now I need to get that off my screen so I'm not doxing myself. Okay, I'm not showing it anywhere else, am I? I am actually in there. Let me close that. Can I delete that? How do I open the screen caps folder? I do not want that on my screen caps. Should be like an open, there's open screenshots folder. There we go. Get rid of those. Close that. Make sure it doesn't show up by itself automatically or anything crazy like that. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's good. Okay, and then back in our server script, our export script. Then update the SYS fallback. Public static PPS instance dot PPS. Why? No, I don't understand. Why are you telling me to update my system controller? The whole point is that if system is null, it's system that we need to get from it was literally that one reference to it. I thought there was a system dot server root. Apparently there's no system dot server root. So that it was one fucking reference. Right, so game ID. So on game ID at the top of this creator update table, so I want to get, let me see, we want var get config equals resources dot load of type config, server config. There we go. And then I guess I should probably say admin API URL equals server root. Okay, and then we can do admin URL equals server root plus Primitus. Oh my god, I can't believe it was system all along. Alright, let's see it. Now what are you fucking complaining about? System game ID again. So we need to do the same thing at the top of this. Oh my... Maybe it's not called server config. SFTP config. That would be why. Fucking hell, are we finally back on track? I need a fucking break after all that. Oh, we're almost there. That's probably another system reference somewhere. I knew it would be. There we go. Game ID. Which one's this one? S server export tool. Okay, so we should be able to put the string declarations at the top of the script. We'll just do string game ID if that's all we need for now. Game ID. And then we'll just say game ID equals. It's because it's a fucking static class, isn't it? So do I just make it a static string? There we go, static string. Fuck me! Right, can we finally be done with this? Yay! It's working again. Now I just need to go and find these 6 billion debug messages. Oh my god. That should be a lot better. Oh my god, that was horrendous. Yeah, it makes sense that that caught me off guard though, because so normally I would relink my system controller every single time, but at some point during development a few days ago I was like, look, I know there's a way to make something a static class and then you can access it globally, but then I can't like link things in the inspector. Is there a way to have like the best of both worlds? And so Jibbity showed me how to do it. And it's like, yeah, now it's like an instance singleton thing, which I already knew how to do. And I don't like the way that you like call those methods. So it fixed it. It went even further and let me have it the way I want it, and have it as a do not destroy and load as a singleton. But because I've never ever used a structure like that before, obviously it never occurred to me that, okay, well, I guess system is accessible from anywhere at any time, but only during runtime. So of course the editor export would be able to find it. Like, it's one of those things where it's obvious once I realized what was going on. Yeah, I don't need those ones. We don't need that debug. Yeah, it's kind of obvious once you realize what's going on, why it's happening, but it's also like, this is the thing that drives me nuts about like debugging though, especially when you've got a huge try catch block like that. You know, you have a try, and try catch blocks are really useful to obviously avoid crashing on an exception, but they also come with a downside, and the downside is obviously the more shit you have between your try and your catch, the more what's the word, like the more elusive and hidden where the actual error is coming from becomes, because any time from here to the bottom it's just going to bring you to here. Mind you, if you read, to be fair, if you look closer at the thing, I think there's like a mini stack trace that kind of lets you see where the thing is actually failing, but even there it wasn't like that wasn't happening, was it? So like, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, if we had better, if I just wish like, it seems weird that took over an hour to fix, I think. And if I could go back in time and tell myself the first time I see that error message, "Oi, I'm you from the future. It's your system controller. Alright, it's your system controller because you changed it." Then I'd be like, okay, I could fix that in 5 or 10 minutes, and I would have saved like an hour and a fucking half of hell. And that's what these. I wish that's what these error messages could do, right? I wish they could just be better at actually telling you what was going on. But alas, they are what they are. Alright, I'm gonna back this up because, like, oh my god, that was rough. That was rough, and I don't want to have to repeat any of that. We'll get rid of that one. Maybe I will play something now because I kind of feel like I need a fucking break after that. And I've made zero progress. Well, I wouldn't say zero, but I've made very little progress because most of my time today now has been just fucking fixing that bug. Just getting around that bug. Oh my god. Sometimes it just happens though. Yeah, I'm really salty now. But I just feel like I've lost most of my morning to something that shouldn't have. It shouldn't have taken me that long. And it wouldn't have taken me that long if I'd have just known that that was the issue right from the get-go. But just finding where it was failing was like fucking mission impossible. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I gotta be honest though, I still don't really understand why can a debug console not just tell you what's null? Like, I don't really understand how that's not baked into like error logging somehow. Why can it not just say, you know, SYS is null, and you know that's your null reference exception? Then straight away I would have, like I say, it would have saved me fucking hours. But it's like finding a needle in a fucking haystack, and it shouldn't be like that. Oh, I don't know. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating sometimes. It reminds me of these customers. So I used to work for technical support, right, for a major retailer, and you know we would help like old people like fix their iPads and stuff, and they weren't broken, they were just didn't know how to use them. But like the difference between a customer who's like clearly explaining the problem, and then you have like some customers that are just like, won't work. Okay, what won't work? Email. It's like, okay, so what are you saying to me? Are you saying you can't receive emails? Are you saying you're trying to add an email? Like, give me some fucking information here. Like, email. Like one word answer people who just don't give you any information to go off of. And it's like, yeah, I need specifics. Like, I can't. But then this is what like finding some of these errors is like, where it's like null reference. It's like, it reminds me of those customers who would just say don't work, and you're like, all right, do you want to give me a bit more information there so I know where to start? Like, give me a fucking clue. And that's exactly what it's like. Null reference. Find it yourself. And it's like, Jesus Christ, there's like thousands of lines of code at this point, and you want me to just guess where it is. And this is like, this comes down to like architectural stuff as well, where like, I mean, to be fair, this is why I'm designing systems the way I am now. But then again, it comes with a cost, So the way we're doing things at the moment is we have a top system controller, and it's like a top-down thing. So I have my system controller at the top, and then I connect my subsystems to the system controller. And the system controller will have some global variables on it, and this is what caught me out. And so then I'll have like whatever player data, server assets, whatever the fuck it is, right? Game data. And then so I have this editor script over here, my exporter. And so in theory everything's great because like I need something that from the system controller, so I just go to get it. And in 99% of cases that works. But then this was where this connection here was broken. It's like, actually, that doesn't work anymore. Because we changed the way this sort of feeds, cascades down. And I guess that's the one downside to the way it's set up right now is it has to be runtime. Because that's the other thing, you also have runtime. And I guess I don't know what you would call it. We need a word for when something's not running. Stale. Idle, I guess. Idle time, I guess. And so what broke is all these references work during runtime, but editor's not in runtime, editor's in idle time. And so that's where everything fell apart. And it does kind of annoy me that it works like that, because now we've had to take pieces, and I hate this. It's the first thing you learn in databases, and it's stuck with me, is you have some, whatever it is, data over here, and now I've had to repeat that data into a scriptable object that can be accessed outside of runtime. And this kind of thing drives me nuts. Because if I change something here, I shouldn't then have to go and change it over here. Because now you have two sources of truth, right? So, and these are like important pieces of information as well. They should, if you possibly can, and this is the problem, we possibly can't, but if you possibly can, you should only ever have one source of truth. The more sources of truth you have, you start doing this, which is what a lot of beginners will do. This is what a lot of beginners will do. A lot of beginners will put that data on here, then they'll put that data on here, because they don't know how else to do it. They'll put the data on here, then they'll put the data in here. And now you've got like boop, 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 and you have the same pieces of information repeating themselves in all these different places, and then suddenly you come across a situation where, oh, I need to change something that's like I now have to go and change it in 15 different places. It's like, you know, this is like CSS style sheets, and even there's something as simple as like web pages, right? When the internet first came out, it literally was just raw HTML pages. So you would just make index.html, and then you'd have like dogs.html, cats.html, pigeons.html. Maybe you're building animal Wikipedia, giraffes.html. And then, I don't know, you want to update your logo, and so you have a logo. Let's represent it as this. There's your logo. And so you put your logo on index.
Suki_Laplante asks,
Dogs.
wait, where are you from?
Cats. Pigeons. And then you see what the problem is, don't you? And then one day you decide, I'm northeast England, so between Leeds and Newcastle. Now, one day you want to change your logo to purple. Our logo's purple now, except oops, I got to change it here, 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 and you could have hundreds of web pages, and so this is why CSS. This is where CSS came from. Somebody had the bright idea, and it was a great idea. CSS. It's like, okay, what if we take stuff like this, styling, images, logos, shared resources, and we store them in the CSS. We can have layout. So you can have like H1, H2, body, whatever it is, right? And you can style something, and then we just load that style sheet on every page. And so now if you want to change your logo, it's like, oh, I want my logo red. Boop! Well, all these logos change because they get it from here. And it's like, I guess technically, okay, that's a bad example because a logo is one image file and they're probably all loading the same image file. So if you wanted to change your logo, you just change that one image file. So it's probably a bad example. But you see what I'm saying, right? With other stuff like styling, it's not the case. Let's say you want to change your company motto or something. Yeah. And so that all, you know, that all ties into the same thing, right? Object orientation and like one source of truth. And so my current setup is actually driving me crazy because now we've got two sources of truth for some pretty important global variables, but I don't know if there's any other way to make that work right now. I'm just trying not to think about it and it won't keep me awake at night. All right, it's fine. It'll be fine. It's not the end of the world, I guess. All of the benefits that we have from this system outweigh the one little niggle that's niggling me right now about it. Okay, so what we should have, the one thing we were doing which was new, is we should now have a currencies.json in our game1 folder. So if we go to our game1 folder and hit refresh, there it is. Look at that. Okay, so we did make some progress today. We now have our currencies, which apparently doesn't... Yeah, that's a weird little quirk. Apparently we can't see it until we run it. Oh, that's kind of weird. I might ask Jiminy about that. That is a weird little quirk. I wonder if that's a Unity bug. I don't think it's supposed to act like that. That feels like a Unity bug. I swear scriptable object asset, like assets aren't supposed to act like that. But yeah, okay, we can set our currencies now in the inspector, just like you can for Unity economy, right? So I've kind of copied Unity economy's structure for now. And now the web server knows about each currency. And we have a currencies manager on player data, I believe. Oh yeah, it is supposed to go on player data. That's not going to make my export thing goof up, is it? Nah, we're good. Brilliant. Okay, everything's working. I can't believe it. Shh, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Okay, everything's working. Auth, login, everything. Brilliant. Okay, so what can we do with this? So let's see. It told us we're loading currency definitions locally. We also check the server to see if there's any updated currencies to pull down. But now we need a way to like actually manage these currencies, right? Yes, we do. So I think we should make like a new currencies table or something. Okay. We now have currency definitions, which are created in Unity, upload to the server, resync for players in later builds. I now need to actually put these currencies to use. Since currencies will need to be writable as part of player data, I think we should have the exporter create a database table of game prefix currency. I now need to actually put these currencies to use. Since currencies will need to be writable as part of player data, I think we should have the exporter create a database table of game prefix currency. This is where things get a little bit tricky because I have different data types that act differently. So here's how my data is split. I have game data, which is read-only, and then I have two types of player data. I have I guess writable, read-write. Let's call it normal player data, which is read-write. And then I have protected, which is read-only. Okay, so those are my three data types, I guess. The problem is currencies. Okay, so I guess currencies needs to be protected data because the player's not allowed to update those values directly, because that would be a problem. Okay, everything is working again at last. We now have currency definitions which are created in Unity, upload to the server, resync for players in later builds. I now need to actually put these currencies to use. Okay, let's get rid of this part here. Okay. At the moment, there are 3 types of player data. Types of data. Game data, read only, exists as pure JSON on web server. Player data normal, read write, API can update values. Player data protected, read only. API has functions that will manage protected data, such as gacha distribution, leaderboard updates, and currency. So in short, we will need a table in the database, but the API should not allow updating currencies directly. Instead, we will claim serialized rewards and achievements in order to increment these values. Example, award player with 500 game coins for completing quest. API reward ID whatever. Distribute 200 gacha currency to player. API rewards ID whatever. So I think a table game prefix underscore currency will work, structured like so. ID, player ID, currency 1 int value, currency 2 int value, etc. Can we update the editor export to add this table? To the database. Okay. Perfect, you've now got the data pipeline working, Unity to JSON to server to runtime sync. The next step is to make sure the database schema is created for currencies, but in a protected way, so the API manages increments, not direct writes. What you want, a table like game 1 currency, player ID, primary key, gold int, gem int, gacha coin int. Player ID is always the primary key. Each currency from your currencies.asset becomes a column. The table is created and updated during export, edit, export, just like your other player data tables. But unlike normal player data, the API won't allow direct updates, only controlled increments via reward claims. Step 1, extend export currencies. We'll add a DB schema sync step after writing and uploading currencies.json. Okay. It's kind of obvious what it is though, isn't it? It loves the comments, doesn't it? Then we've got a new static async void create or update currency table. Nice. Admin API URL. Okay, so we need to extend admin API URL so that it happens up here. Step 3, API behavior. The table is created with type equals protected. Your API layer should enforce that direct updates are blocked. Instead, you expose endpoints like post API reward, player ID 123, reward ID 17681. The backend looks up the reward definition, e.g. plus 500 gold, then increments the player's raw in game 1 currency. Okay, yes, perfect, exactly. If we plan on claiming a reward ID, then we'll need a structure containing a list of claims. Let's try, okay, let's see if we can break this down. Yeah, I think I'll just call it the claim class. So a claim is it really a claim? Okay. This is where I get a little confused because economy has a type of currency. Inventory will have item types too, but I may want to reward from both schemes. How can I set this up so we can distribute both items and currencies as rewards. Great question. You're now moving from economy scheme into a reward system design. This is where we need a flexible structure that can represent different reward types like currencies and items, maybe even XP, cosmetics, etc. in a unified way. The core idea, a reward is just a container of reward entries. Each entry has a type, currency, item, XP, etc. A target ID, e.g. gold, sword, and a quantity. So a reward definition might look like ID 17681, quest completion reward, entries, type currency, ID gold, amount 500, type currency, ID gacha coin, amount 200. Okay. Yeah. So step one is to define reward structures in Unity. Okay, so where would these belong? Let's get rid of this claim for now because I'm not sure if that is the way we're going. Just delete it for now. So I could, it feels wrong to put it on a system controller level, but it is a global type thing. I think it belongs to player data. But right now, so I guess reward manager, currency manager, and reward manager. Because I like consistency. So I think reward managers kind of where I'm aiming towards. And then we can put our class structures. Actually, would these even belong there? Because these are public system serializations anyway. So we'll actually put them outside of the main class. But they'll sit here on reward manager because they belong to rewards. Right, they are essentially definitions. But then it wants to create, I hate this fucking menu obsession thing. So it's suggesting that we add a menu item called Game Economy Rewards, which I think will create a new scriptable object for us. So yeah, so we're going down the scriptable object route again. Wow, our system's going to be really heavy on the scriptable objects, isn't it? I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of them. But they do have their advantages in that you don't have to be in runtime. And I suppose you can put them into folders to organize them. Okay, I'll let it cook. I'll let it cook. I think it's probably onto something here. But like it doesn't, it's not the same as this though. I prefer it for something like this because these are just like global settings, right? But when it comes to like asset creation, data creation, I guess it's because I'm just used to like creating game objects. Yeah, so because I do prefer to do it this way. This just makes more sense to me. I like the expandable hierarchy and the fact that I can type things into here, and it just, this feels better to me than like managing a load of scriptable objects. Okay.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? What's Forrest Gump's password? 1 Forrest 1.
Right, I like the way you're thinking in terms of data structures. But the scriptable object where diverts from my current data setup. As you are aware, my hierarchy has game data, characters, food, weapons, player data, and my export tool will update the server using this layout. So my instinct is to place rewards under game data and create a server exportable reward class. So we can have like a rewards, now's the time to get this right, and I've been now's the time to get this right, and I've been thinking about claim conditions for these two. Complete story chapter 1. Can we set something up on the reward so the claim is automatically triggered? Yeah, that's hard to do at this point though, isn't it? Because I don't know what other systems are going to come further down the line. Hmm. I can think of two auto detect systems for rewards. Type 1, earn XX money. We have an int amount string type, and by setting values and strings, we can have the reward manager check if the threshold has been reached. Clear story chapter 1. Maybe create a task complete class. Clear story chapter 1. Maybe create a task complete class which gets assigned to each quest story playable scenario, which we can mark as complete true during play. Okay, now's the time to get it right, and I've been thinking about claim conditions for these two. Complete story chapter 1, we can set something up on the reward so the claim is automatically triggered. I can think of two auto detect systems for rewards. Type 1, earn XXX money. We have an int amount string type, and by setting values and strings. Or maybe a single reward complete class to handle both, which we attach to the systems that can that should update these. What would you suggest? Okay, Ah, yes, I see where you're going. You want to keep everything consistent with your game data player data hierarchy and your server exportable based export pipeline rather than introducing a separate scriptable object workflow. That's a smart move because it keeps your data model unified and your export tool simple. Let's design this in a way that fits your existing structure. Where rewards fit in your hierarchy: game data, rewards, quests, reward 1, story, reward 1, 2. Each reward is a server exportable, so it can be exported to JSON like everything else. Rewards can contain entries, currencies, items, XP, etc. Rewards can also have conditions when they can be claimed automatically. Step 1, define reward class data. So it's a server exportable of type reward. Okay, so we can start to set this up now. So on game data, we're going to create a rewards. I have to be careful with this because where weapons has the parent weapons class, we might need to expand our export tool. This is the first time I've gone 3 layers deep, right? Which could be a problem because at the moment, the way our export tool works is if it finds a parent like this basically tells it how to manage each child class beneath it. But with rewards, it's if I want to break down reward types, such as story and quest, and God knows what else, right? MISC or stats or whatever, right? Even stuff like, you know, daily log it, like log in for this many days. Then the quest reward would have like this, right? So we'd have reward, and then we'd have story rewards, and maybe miscellaneous rewards. So all these would be, these are definitely the ones that will need the new script, right? So if we go into core, and we're now setting up a reward definition. Which is this. Yeah, reward. I'm probably actually going to do a lowercase r. No need to shout. Shout, shout, eat a Brussels sprout. These are the greens I could do without, so come on. I'd rather eat spuds, come on. I like spuds. I don't like sprouts though. Disgusting. I don't know anybody who does. To me, they just taste like chemicals, like eating batteries. A sprout just tastes like a battery. Not that I've ever eaten a battery, but that's how I imagine a battery would taste.
Oh god, I listened to a song that is pure nostalgia lol.
I love that song. I love that song. Tears for Fears. Oh yeah. Takes me back to my childhood days.
Not this one.
Oh,
it
not
was
the
on
one.
my feed.
Oh, I thought you were about the one I was singing. Alright. I thought I'd found somebody almost as old as me there, but then I should have realised, no, there's nobody as old as me. Right, reward. So now we've got individual rewards under quest, story, and misc. So, ah, shit. I forgot to add, hang on. It's fine, let's just select them manually. And now we want the reward class on those. Multi-object editing is not supported.
God, I won't even ask why in the list of the best songs of my region there is the national anthem lol.
Oops, I think it made a mistake. I would ask why in the list of the best songs of my region There's the national anthem. Very patriotic, isn't it? Very patriotic. Patrioticplaylists.com. Right. It made a mistake.
It isn't even the official one.
It's like a remix. National Anthem remix. God save the Queen. Actually, it's not even... We don't even have a Queen anymore. We can't sing God Save the Queen anymore. Are we supposed to sing God Save the King? I want to save him. He stinks. It's too late for the Queen. Yeah, I'm not singing that. Okay, let me think about this. I think it messed up. Because we have two scripts. Weapons.
No, because the song is different, but it was sung in 1980s during a speech lol.
So how we set these up is our... Okay, there's rewarder and then there's rewards is how it needs to work. So we need a rewarder and a rewards plural. And the reason why is because I like making scripts. No. It's because the rewards is the thing that has the server exportable on, and then the rewarder is just mono behavior. But I've just come across, like I said, I've come across a new situation here where we actually check out the real situation, where we might have containers buried deep in the caves of despair. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad though. So let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. So if that's our reward, no, that's our weapons. Oh my god. Pull yourself together, man. Rewards. Okay, I'm going to copy the template for weapons and I'm going to give it to rewards, but I'm going to call it rewards. And then the only difference is we have a list of rewarder, which is the reward list, which is a new list of reward. Reward. And this is the type that's server exportable. So this will, it says get components in children. Will that work even if it's not the direct child? I direct you, child, to the nearest river. I guess it's... Oh, do I need a new player data type? Is it protected or is it currencies? See, I haven't tested protected data yet, so this is why I'm a little apprehensive now. So now I have to think about this architecturally. So there's one voice on this side of my head that's like a little angel, and she's like, "Oh, make sure you don't ruin the ChatGPT script that was already written for you." Ooh. And I'm like, I don't know why she's got long eyelashes. Yeah, that's what that is. That's the long eyelashes because she's an angel. That long they poke your fucking eyes out. Anyway, what was I saying? I got distracted. I distracted myself. I do it all the time. Yeah, on one side I've got that voice, but then on the other side, the other voice is like, oh, and he's in the devil costume, and he's saying, "You don't even know if that fucking stupid jippity bitch even gave you the right script. You don't even know if that works yet. You haven't even tested it. Fuck that, man. Fuck her. This is your thing. Design it the way you want, and then make that bitch make it work. All right, and get her in the kitchen to make you a scone while you're at it." Because he's the devil, right? He's mean, he's evil, he's a twisted, selfish demon. And so I don't know which voice to listen to. I think I'm going to listen to the demon within. Because really, even though technically currencies is protected, it's its own thing. So but then, then we also get into this thing where, like, the more types we have, the more balls we've got to juggle. Do you know what I mean? I think it needs its own type. It probably needs its own type. So we need to go into the player data type structure now and add currencies to the structure. I don't even know where that is. Where the hell is that? It's not a currency definition. Oh, is it? It's got to be the... Is that part of the server exportable? Yes! Ah! Okay, so we have a new type, which is terrifying, of currency, I guess. Not like that. Not like this. Shout, shout, let it all out.
The thing with that anthem is that multiple PPL decided to make music videos of it. Stream Elements says, "Thank you for following."
Okay, so we've got a new currency type of data. Like, I didn't have enough balls to juggle. So that, yeah, great. I just made even more work for myself. Oh, what a great. Yay, let's replace Unity Gaming Services with our own system. Remember when I said that almost a whole week ago now? Look, it's worth it. If this takes me another month, it's still worth it. And I don't think it will, to be honest. So it's fine. It's fine. I will thank future self. Will thank scabby old. Actually, no. I'll be old then. I'm already fucking old. I'll be even older then. I'll have a cane. So I'll be like, oh. So I'll be thinking, oh, that young, sexy whippersnapper I was back then when I started that project. Oh, not like me old crooked bones now. So even though I don't feel young and sexy, by comparison to that guy, future me, I'll tell you what, that makes me feel much better. I'm way younger than he's going to be. Now I feel a lot better about myself. Knowing that scabby old bent body future grumpy old me is going to be a right fucking codger. Ha! At least I'm not him. Alright, well, let's have a look then. So we've got player data, weapons. Where's my currency that I just made? Oh, because it's not player data. Wait, these are also rewards. What am I doing? Oh yeah, so this is game data. I'm such a fool. I'm such a fool. So we don't need currency because it's not a currency. What the hell was I thinking? It's because I'm thinking about currencies. Just give me money. Okay, so the reward type is actually player data type none because it's game data, essentially. Children as rows. Children of the corn. No, we're not children as rows. Well, so what children as rows means is each one of the child objects contained within will have its children added as rows. So yeah, it actually is children as rows. Because the ones that aren't children as rows, I think, where is it? I don't have any game data that's not children as rows. I've got play data that's not players as children as rows, which would be profile. But then profile just has a writable script on it anyway. Oh yeah, I guess it would be its parent then, which is writable. Yeah. Okay, so I now need a reward. What the? I don't even know what that was. And we want the reward class on it, but we need to update the reward class. Not like that. So the reward class is just mono behavior. It's actually just mono behavior. Because I set it up like that on purpose. I'm not sure about the old serializable. Oh, we got errors already. Wait, what? You can't error me when I'm not even doing anything. All I'm doing is saving scripts. I'm not even running anything. Why are you erroring me? Oh my god, it's just spitting errors everywhere now. Invalid cast exception. Leave my cast alone. As he faced the sun, he cast a tiny dick shadow. Okay, it's happy now. I didn't do anything. I just clicked in a couple of places and it shut up. It's happy now. Okay, so there's our reward. We can give it a name, a reward name, entries. Our entries are what? Type, ID, and amount. Yeah, I don't like this. Oh, I suppose we've got no choice though, right? Oh, I don't like this. See, in my brain, it's a scary place. It's very cold and empty. I'm used to referencing things, right? So in my brain, I should have a list here of like, I don't know, reward types or something, and then each reward type is like, you know, then you'd still need to store an amount against them anyway, wouldn't you? Oh, I don't. Yeah, this will work. It's just I'm trying to think. That sounds like it's going to be a pain in the ass to set up. It's not really though, is it? All I have to do is type the right type. So I need to have a very clear understanding of what each type is called, and then I can, and its ID. Yeah, so type basically tells it where to look, as in inventory, currencies, whatever. And ID is to get that specific JSON ID object from said place. So you could think of this as place to get it, thing to get, and the amount of things that they're getting. Yeah, I think that'll work. So we could set something up now. Let's do some examples. We'll put some of these in MISC. Some of them in story. There we go. But does that... Oh, it does! Oh, by Joves! That's actually awesome. Yeah, so I guess it's because it says get children objects then. Shit, I didn't mean to close that. Oh, I didn't. I pinned it. Okay. Yeah, because we're using get components in children, it's actually recursive. I did not know that. I suppose children does mean plural. You don't say, you're a good children, Tim. Good children, Timmy. Tim would be like, the fuck you want? I'm one dude. I'm one kid. The fuck's wrong with him? I mean, they always think that of me anyway, but even more so. Alright, so let's set up a reward, an example reward. So reward ID will say start Complete your first quest. Complete first quest. And we'll offer... we haven't got a type. Okay, we'll do type. How do we know what type is what? Oh, we say currency or item or whatever. So let's say item banana. We'll give 1 banana. Hoyo, eat your heart out. And 3 mint. Alright. Don't ever let it be said that we're not generous here in this game. This is a very generous gacha game. Okay, so you get 1 banana and 1 mint for completing your first quest. Alright, and then we could do like reward name. I don't know. Finish all quests. Well, for that we could give currency. Free gacha currency. We'll give you 15 currency for that. And because I'm feeling generous, we'll give an item. We'll give an apple. We'll give you 5 apples. 5 apples and 15 gacha currency. Alright, and then we want one more as an example. Reward. Oh, these don't have... Oh, yeah, these reward IDs need to be auto-incrementing. So we can set that up in rewards. Because, there we go. Reward ID auto-incrementing. Because I'm smart, I thought about that. And then we could just copy the reward from them, but I'm not going to. I'm actually going to type them all in. Finish all quests. This one could be... I don't know. Kill... End the boss. Asmongold. End the boss Asmongold. And then we can say we'll give you some free gacha currency for that. Oh, that wants to be in there. And then that one would be currency. And we'll give you 100 for that. And then we'll give you an item, a sock. Not even a pair of socks. We're just going to give you 1 sock. You have to pay for the other one. You have to buy it out the shop. It costs real money. All right. Be grateful. All right. I could have given you no socks. All right. That's the way to look at it. This is where Cynthia normally shows up and says, "Well, at least we get a sock." Right. Story. Reward. I love Cynthia. Right, let's see. Story, always so... Well, not always hopeful. Not always the grass is always greener. Not grass is always greener. What do you call it? Optimist. Glass is half full. When Cynthia don't like a game, it's like, it's fucking shit. It's all crap. It's like, holy shit. So yeah, you've got to... You're either in the good books or not. You're either a gacha game in the good books or not in the good books when it's Cynthia. It's great. Right, so reward ID. These are going to be auto incrementing anyway, so it doesn't matter what I type in there. Story rewards. Yeah, I guess these would be like complete chapter 1. It's not how you spell chapter. And then we'll give you some free currency for that. You can have 50. Oh, we've also got these claim conditions. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going. I'm not sure how this is going to work. Type, target, and threshold. Oh, I'll be interested to find out how that's supposed to work. So I'm guessing for something like this, it would be like we can set the type as story. The target would be like the stories are probably broken down into chapters. So we'd probably say we give everything a name, right? Like chapter 1, and then the threshold is 0 because they must clear chapter 1. And then we could set our story system up to set the target of chapter 1 to complete. Or maybe threshold would be 1. We'd set it from 0 to 1 when it's complete. I don't know. We'll have to figure out how that's supposed to work. We can probably make it work however we want. But yeah, that seems decent. Alright, so we've got complete chapter 1. I guess we'll just copy and paste. We'll do chapter 2. This is just obviously to give it some test data. Free 100 currency. For stuff like this, it would actually be easier just to... This is another reason why I prefer objects over scriptable objects. And like, I never understood the point of that anyway. Like, isn't everything a scriptable object? Like, even a game object has mono behavior on it. So like, there's no such thing as an object that isn't scriptable, really. But I get it, right? It's just what they call it. But it just always confused me. Alright, so then I guess we'd mark that as chapter 2. We'd mark that one as chapter 3. And we'll give 50 for that one, 100 for that one, and 150 for that one. There we go. Alright, it's starting to come together. Come together right now on my face. Doodle-doo, doo, dum 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 dum. Reward ID, reward name. These are miscellaneous. So these could be like kill 50 goblins. And then we could say condition, target, type, monster, target, goblin, and threshold 50. Okay, I see how that works. I like that. And then we can give type whatever we want, really. Currency free. I mean, let's be honest, most of it's going to be gacha currency, right, in a gacha game. But you always get like a sock and a fucking stick of mint and all this other shit that you don't want. So it's fun to take the piss out of players. Kill 50 goblins. Yeah, okay, whatever we'll do. Kill 50 goblins, kill 100 goblins in our example. Because I'm feeling lazy, we can just copy and paste that one. We'll give 100 currency for that one, and that one's 100 goblins. And then let's make 2 more. What else do you get rewards for? I'm thinking something like subsequent logins or whatever. Oh, I don't know, reach level 20. And then we could do target is level. I guess target would be level. So target would probably be player. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, this is really cool. So, because sometimes this is the way it works as well, right? Sometimes when you're doing your granular type things. Ooh, gravy granules. Oh, I like them. I don't eat them. Well, I suppose I do in a way. No, I don't eat the raw granules. I make gravy out of them, and then I was going to say I drink it, but that makes it sound like I get a big mug. And I just sit down with a big mug of gravy, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to eat this, drink this. That's not what I do. But I put it on my food, and it's nice. But I don't eat the granules raw. Anyway, the granular level, right, where we start to... like, when you start to get socks... apple, peanut, you know, you start thinking about, okay, what are the things we want in the game? Dildo, frog, monster, cosmetics, whatever, right? Then sometimes it's easy to work from the tiny level, because then you can start to say, okay, right, so we need items, because these are items, but then we've got like wildlife or whatever, Then we've got enemies, and these, then you can start to categorize things better. And then you've got like DLC purchasables. So then you can start to understand how things should be structured better. Okay, well, we'll structure these into items. And then items will also have, you could split that into two. There are 2 items there that are edible. So now you've got items and food items, and maybe they behave differently. Because what are you doing with food items? You could eat them to restore health. You could use them as ingredients for cooking. You could trade, sell, buy them, right? So you might do different things with different types depending on how you want it to work. But once you get down to the granular level, sometimes I find that makes it easier to understand, okay, this is how these things should be classified and categorized. Wild, enemy, shop items. Dildo is not food. It looks like I'm saying that dildo is food. You'd have to be very hungry. And even then I wouldn't recommend it. Not that I've tried to eat one. Okay, just to make it clear. Alright, that sounds like I've tried to eat many of them. It was just one time. It was just one time. Okay, there was no fucking chicken left. Right, okay, so we're looking good, we're looking good. Reach level 20, currency free 100, and then we could do like reach level 50. We'll give you 150. Why did I put 100 there? Because I'm an idiot. Right, there we go. Play level. Yeah, so like, because this is why I did that granular thing there. Is because this is really starting to... I wasn't sure how this condition things would work or how I'd categorize it. But as I've been fleshing out some example rewards, it's becoming clearer. Oh, yes, type, like play should definitely be a type there. Because then we can have things like level, XP, whatever it is, right? Like sometimes you'll have an achievement like, you know, own 50 weapons or whatever, and then we'll give you some currency. Well, then you target player and say type weapon, and then you can teach your little system how to read those and then look at where it needs to look to check whether you've earned it or not. Yeah, loving it. That is awesome. Awesome. Okay, let's see if Exporter does find them and export them correctly. It probably should do. Okay, we got a null reference exception. I think it's because this is the first time I've structured it with 3 layers deep. I actually failed on currencies. Oh, we got a fucking system again. Why is that the first time I'm seeing this error then? It's kind of weird. Okay, we got a DB exception during currency table sync. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Is there another fucking system in there? System's the bane of my life. Frickin' system again. Even Jibbity's fallen for it now. See? Like, at least I remembered once I found the problem. Jibbity's still giving me the old problem again.
Piker QuickTime 787
There
says,
we go.
Hi.
Hello, Pico. There we go. It's all up to date. And now we've got rewards. I need to check the database as well. Did we get a currencies table in the database? We should have done. I do need to check that though. It's going to make me log in again. We should have a currencies table. There it is. Game 1 currency. Player ID. There's our currencies that we set up. Isn't that cool? Paid energy game. Haha, that's so cool. That is cool, actually. This could bite me in the ass, though, because if I update currencies in the game, we probably should be iterating through all the players and giving them default currency values so that we don't get, like, future exceptions. So I might ask it about that. That's so cool. And then we can show it the rewards that it built. Okay. Yes, it mostly worked. However, when I check the output for rewards, we have some empty JSON objects. I think it's because this is the first time I've nested objects like this. Rewards.
I'm sorry giving you a random question earlier while you were busy, as I was just curious who you'll replace in your current TOF team for the new NES girl when she releases, that's all, and my guess is you'll replace Twin Stars.
Probably, yeah, for a bit. Probably. Rewards has server exportable. Yeah, sorry I didn't reply to you. I was just, like, I was in a bad place there where I was trying to fix a horrible error, and it ended up being something that wasn't really that bad, actually. It normally is something that's not that bad, but finding it can be so... Oh, it's so... Oof. Needle in a haystack comes to mind. Okay, rewards, server exportable. Story. Empty object. And then we have quests. Quests, empty objects. And then what's the last one? MISC, empty object. And then reward. Reward. The parents server exportable picks up the fields because we're using get components in children.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? You know, people say they pick their nose. But I feel like I was just born with mine.
Oh my god. Please, please, please go away and don't ever tell that joke again. It's disgusting. Right. The parent exportable picks up the fields because we're using get components in children. But I'm guessing the exporter script is still creating JSON objects for them. Right, and then we can show it. Okay. I see exactly what's happening. Those empty objects in your JSON are coming from the empty parent containers quest story misc that you've added in the hierarchy. Because your export tool is walking the hierarchy with get components and children, server exportable, it's picking up both the actual reward objects, which serializes fine, the empty server exportable containers, which have no serializable fields, so they serialize as null. Why this happens, Unity's JSON utility in your export will happily serialize any server exportable it finds. If that object has no meaningful
Today
fields,
in
you just
TOF I
get
decided to two-piece
squiggle,
my
squiggle.
carrot since I was very close to matrix pity, and I managed to get another matrix for carrot plus. In that temple it gave me up to 3 SSR matrices, which around 2 of them I already had.
Jesus. Okay. This is a terrible idea. Mark them as non-exportable. No. No, no, no. Only export leaf nodes. If you want to avoid manual flags, you can detect empty exportables automatically. This is the way to go. Is empty exportable. So this is a helper. I think that's a helper. So we need to use a private static bool. And the earliest we can call this, the more efficient it will be. So when do we obtain exportable here?
My dark crystals were sitting around 4,000, but now it's sitting at around or over 2,600 dark crystals after doing the 10 matrix pull.
What are you doing? Don't you want nurse? You're jeopardizing your nurse? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not logging in. Alright, let's try that then. See what we get. Null reference exception. var field equals child dot get type get field. Oh my god! It literally just worked the last time though. Why would? Are you telling me that this check here is causing that null reference? Is that what you're telling me? Seriously? No, now we still get that. How does this happen?
Doesn't matter what I do, I'll only be able to get a shot of getting the new nurse by the time her banner releases.
How does this happen? when it literally just worked a second ago. That doesn't make any sense. All we did is we added a private static bool, which we're not even calling yet. So how is it that it's null referencing now, and it wasn't null referencing literally like fucking 10 minutes ago? That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. And now it magically works. Okay, something... Currencies asset not found in resources folder. Oh, great. We're back to this now. We're back to this fucking bullshit now. It's doing this old shit again. Yeah, these have got to be Unity bugs. Some of these are Unity bugs. 6.1 clearly has bugs. It'll work this time. See, I knew it would work this time because I've figured out what the bugs are. Something breaks scriptable object asset links, and then the way to fix it is to press play and then it'll update itself. Really weird. And then I guess this thing's a little bit quirky and sometimes it needs like updating before the script will do it. Okay, so let's check that now and see if it updated correctly. Rewards. Yeah, perfect.
I've completed the new Yellen event story today in Genshin and it goes away in about 1 week from today.
Congratulations. Okay, so our new structure looks good. I feel like I need a break. I think I need a break. We are doing good. We are getting there, but like, oh, I need a break. Let me jump in the shower as well. Actually, my hair's all greasy. Kind of gross. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Take a break. But yeah, as you can see, we're coming along, right? We've got rewards now, currencies, a currencies table, which is in the database. Everything's linked to export. Export is fixed. Exports had more freaking bugs today than a director's cut of Naked Lunch. Yeah, things are coming along, I guess. It's just a lot of wrestling today. And I'm not even wearing my...
And IRL break. Okay, Cappy, have a nice rest of your day today then, bye.
Spandex. I did not expect spandex to be one of the last things I said today whilst live. But it is what it is. Have a nice rest of your day. I will try... I mean, I'll be getting back into this. I'm only going to take like a break for like an hour or so and I'll probably be back into it. But at that point... Well, now I'll be getting food in about an hour. So... I'll probably be a couple of hours and then I'll do some more tonight, but I don't normally stream in the evenings now. Oh, Ugh. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think I just feel a little bit disappointed because this is one of those days where I had an idea in my head of what I was going to achieve today, and I thought I would have got a lot further, but because it took so many hours to fix that frickin' system reference bug, I'm a little further behind than where I thought I'd be. But it's fine. It's not like there's a rush or a deadline or anything, right? I just take my time and get it right. We've got a lot here, though. We're doing well. We are doing well. Yeah, and some of this stuff is like really tricky, right? Like getting database tables. That alone is like crazy good, right? The security, the login stuff, like everything is actually working perfectly right now. I don't know about perfectly. There's a Unity bug I can't really do a whole lot about, but I've figured out how to work around it now, so I should be fine. That's a little disheartening, but outside of that, everything else is working pretty flawlessly. So that's good. Yeah, I think, but for some reason I don't feel good about it. I think because I'm a little bit further behind than where I expected to be. I thought at this point I might have like the API side of this done where I can claim a reward or something. But yeah, we're not quite there yet.
Piker QuickTime 787 Beta says, some say there's always tomorrow, you can come back and do it if you want, you don't have to do in just a day.
I'm trying to think how this would work. Would we need like a bool? Well, these are game data, so these are just the rewards, right? Yeah, we need a player data version of a reward. Well, I don't know if it would be in player data. Yeah, it would be in player data. I guess the next step is to create a reference to each reward in player data. Something like bool claimed equals false. Date time. See, I'd rather call that claimed. Has claimed equals false. Date time claimed equals etc now. Do we need a date time claimed? Yeah, I think date time claimed could be good, because if a player's claimed all the rewards within like 1 second, then we know they're cheating and they deserve a ban. I guess the next step is to create a reference for each reward in player data, something like bool claimed equals false, date time claim time equals now. Would this work as a shared table? Game prefix claims. Because each player ID, it's going to need like a reward ID, isn't it? Int reward ID. Yeah, each reward ID, player ID, claim time. Perfect. I guess the next step is to create a reference to each reward in player data. Something like int reward ID bool claimed equals false, date time claim time. Would this work as a shared table? Game prefix claims reward ID player ID claimed claim time. We had a shared table before, I think. Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as an individual player table. The only two options are children as rows or not. Yeah, so we would just call this claims. Perfect. I guess the next step is to create a reference to each reward in player data, something like int reward ID bool claimed equals false, date time claim time.
No one can claim their dailies in just 1 second unless you give your players an item to skip the dailies in your project instead.
If I mark that as player data, children as rows, our current export tool should handle that for us. Am I right? Okay. Exactly, you've got it. Let's walk through it carefully. What you want, a claims table that tracks which rewards each player has claimed. So reward ID, primary key part 1, player ID, primary key part 2. Step 1, define the claim data class. Mark as player data with children as rows. The parent claims object is a server exportable with player data type equals player data type normal. No. Now this thing's misunderstanding how this works. Now this is player data type writable actually. Because it's normal player data, it is writable. Which I will admit sounds like a security risk, right? I suppose we're gonna have a yeah, we'd want protected. I guess we'd set it up as protected then. Yeah, because I suppose if we have a cloud script, We have the cloud script function, and we also have API. We can also write API functions directly into the API, which should be handling these. So this would probably be our first protected data type, I think. So we'd have claims, children as rows, claim. So we'd have claims and claim. And then this wants the claims, which is the same as rewards, except it's claims. It's a list of claim, a new list of claim, instead of reward list, claim list, claim list. List of claim, list of claim. There we go. Boop. And then our child objects. But this is where things need to be. Maybe we need a new type now. Because this is where I want claims. Ooh, see, this is where it gets a little bit risky. Yeah, so there is something new here. For the first time, I want a player data type which autofills from game data. In other words, after rewards syncs from server, we should create In other words, after rewards syncs from server, we should ensure the claims list includes all new rewards without affecting old claim data for the player. Since I'm building a multi-game support system here, Yeah, so there is something new here. For the first time, I want play data type. I want to play data type which autofills from game data. In other words, after reward syncs from server, we should ensure the claims list includes all new rewards without affecting old claim data for the player. Since I'm building a multi-game support system here, it sounds like we need to link play data type to game data type and create a new instance of claim object in the hierarchy for each new reward generated in game data. Maybe an editor attribute Okay. Yes, you've hit on a really powerful pattern. A play data container that auto syncs with game data source. This is exactly what you need for things like reward claims, quest progress, achievement tracking, etc., where the definition lives in game data, but each player needs a state row for every definition. The concept, game data rewards, defines all rewards. Play data claims should always have a matching row for each reward. When new rewards are added in game data, the system auto creates new claim rows in play data with claimed equals false. When exporting, the play data table is guaranteed to be in sync with the game data definitions. Step 1. Extend server exportable with a sync reference. Link this to the game data container to auto sync definitions. Public transform sync with. Yeah, so it liked my idea of public transform sync with. Yeah, that makes sense, because then in the editor we can do a transform. We can go to the linked object, get component using reflection, so it doesn't matter what it is. But then we still need we need to make sure there's some kind of like primary key consistent naming pattern or something, so we know that primary key in object A is the same as primary key in object B. The problem with the current structure is I believe the table for claims. No, that's right. The table for claims. Yeah, the primary key in claims table is reward ID actually. Yeah. Yeah, so that should work, and I think in most of the situations it probably would be, because at the end of the day they're the same thing, right? You're creating a copy of the rewards for game data, and then you need those copied to the player so that you can update states and things for them that are player specific. Extend server exportable with a sync reference. Okay, I do need. I will come back to this after a break. This is a little deeper than I want to go right now. But yeah, I wanted to think about that and sort of get it clear in my head. Where you're often gonna have these things where you have a bunch of whatever, it could be anything, characters, quests, rewards, anything that changes, especially in a gacha game, right? A live service gacha game, you need to be able to pull all of the new stuff from the server and then update the player's scheme to match the game scheme. So you've essentially got this like overarching game scheme that defines everything the player needs to be synchronized with, right? If you've got a new area in Genshin Impact or whatever with new quests and new rewards and new whatever, well then the player's going to need places to store the states for all those things. So that's what this is going to do. It's going to allow me to, but to set them up, what's the word I'm looking for? To not set them like the way it's like hard coded versus like dynamic generation, right? Everything needs to be dynamic and open. We can't specify anything, because if we create a reward and make it only work for rewards, then we can't use it for other things. So we have to make it as generic as possible, so we can just say, okay, we have thing A, we have thing B, and thing A is a representation of thing B, but that one's for player and one's for game. Now link them together so they know how to talk to each other, and that's what this is trying to achieve. But I need a break first, so I'm gonna leave it there. Alright, I will catch you next time. Bye.